achievement. And then we're actually going to go through some breakouts and have smaller group discussions. I hope everyone had a chance since our last meeting to review public comment that's posted on the website. We are going to send you a revised copy there as we continue to see comments roll in from folks all around the state. I hope that you had a chance to take a look at the meeting prompts that we emailed and attached for you on the heels of meeting one to kind of get your frame of reference and get your thinking going for this afternoon's meeting. But in case you did not have an opportunity to do that, we're going to go through the prompts with you today. So I'll go ahead and start our slide deck. Very excited to orient us for what we are going to spend some time on this afternoon. I will do a brief refresh of the norms that we went over in the first meeting. We're going to talk through exactly what it is that we are covering here in meeting two, which is academic achievement. We'll review all of the prompts, all of the things that we will discuss in smaller breakout groups, and then we're actually going to break out, kind of do our discussions, come to some consensus, take some notes, come back together, share out, and then conclude the call. So with that, I want to go forward and remind us of our group norms. I mentioned that we've got you all for just a very limited amount of time, and I really appreciate the time that you all are donating and volunteering to engage in this discussion. I know it's something that's very important to all of you as it is to us. But we want to make the most of our time here together. And so just as a quick reminder, we want to make sure that we are thinking about your perspective as an individual stakeholder. We've got a diverse mix of folks and different kind of perspectives represented on the working group and across the working group. We want to make sure that you are bringing that to the table. We will also think about putting our parent and family hat on, whether you are a mom or a daddy or not. We want to make sure that we are thinking about that intended audience, that first and foremost intended audience of parents and families who will see these letter grades attached to a school and already have kind of an understanding or perception about what an A might represent in terms of performance versus performance levels at other grades. Want to make sure that we're constantly thinking and keeping in mind that public comment, what we heard from Tennesseans all around the state. We want to think about your communities and the folks that you have engaged over time as you're continuing the conversations in your own spaces and own communities, what you're hearing from those around you. We want to ensure that you can bring that to the conversation and ensure that is heard here. And we also are going to ask you to provide clear input. You'll see as we go through some of the prompts today, we're going to try and get as tangible as we possibly can in some of the decision making. We recognize that not everyone on this call is going to agree about all of the different components that we'll discuss today and that we'll discuss over the next few meetings. But we are looking for you to kind of give us that very binary kind of input, yes or no, left or right, black or white, to the extent that we can. When we think about the do not do's, we want to try to remember that, of course, our intended audiences for this, first and foremost, are our parents and families. This is a powerful communication tool when families already have a sense of what an A might represent versus other letter grades and performance associated with those. But we want to make sure that we're kind of keeping at the fore those parents and families who will be consuming this information a little bit later this fall. We want to remember that this letter grade rating system is called out for us in state law. There are some very specific requirements, which we will refresh for you all here in just a moment. So we want to make sure to kind of keep our focus on the discussion at hand. We don't want to ignore those legal requirements, of course. We want to remember what the law calls for us to do quite prescriptively, the areas where we have a little bit of flexibility and decision to make together. We are not going to focus today on reporting. You all may remember back in our first meeting, we talked about where this information will live, which is the state report card website. We know that we've received lots of input, suggestion, recommendation about how to present this information, actually looking at the dashboard and the pie charts and the graphs on the screen, where, for example, a letter grade may appear on a page. That's a conversation that we want to hear from you on, but today we're really going to focus on the calculation at hand. And so we're going to save the comments as it relates to the display of this information for another conversation. And then we're going to try and stay focused as much as we can on the topic of today's agenda. You all will remember from the first meeting that we've got time a little bit later this week, in fact, to talk about the second required component, which is growth. Next week, we'll talk about those other indicators, and then we'll pull it all together on the heels of next week with a conversation about weighting the various components of the calculation. But for today, we are going to focus as much as we can on achievement. The other reminder I'll bring to the fore here is that we are here to develop a calculation. This is the math formula that we are looking to get your input on. We certainly know that there are lots of other kind of pieces of public comment that have come in as it relates to fully implementing this law, but today we are really working on a math exercise here. We're trying to develop a calculation or a formula through which all of the data will flow to generate those letter grades and publish them on the report card later this fall. So at this point in time, we're going to go through kind of an overview of academic achievement. This is our topic for conversation today, and definitely the area where we want to hear from you most is related to academic achievement. You all will remember that this is kind of the first little bullet point that's lined out for us in the law when it says that the Department of Education is charged to create a letter grade rating system. Student performance on TCAP or end of course exams is that first kind of required component. So we're really honing in on that specific area of the law. So what exactly is achievement, and how are our schools doing when we think about achievement? So that we can kind of ground ourselves in that knowledge for the benefit of the rest of the conversation. So academic achievement is really a sense of how well our students are mastering those academic standards. We've talked about the rigorous academic standards that Tennesseans have set forward for children and what we expect them to know in a particular subject matter area at a particular grade level. We look at academic achievement in terms of their mastery of those standards. If they are on track and kind of meeting expectations towards understanding the standards, maybe they're exceeding those expectations, maybe they are not quite meeting the expectations and could potentially benefit from some additional support. So this is kind of a good definition, if you will, of academic achievement when we think about the prompts that we'll ask you moving forward. You all will also see on this slide a chart, and I hope you can see my little mouse here, but I'm not sure that you can. There is a little chart here that actually is a distribution of school performance in terms of academic achievement for the 2022-2023 school year. So if you think about all the schools in the state, we're looking at the academic achievement of those schools for this past year. This accounts for only math and English language arts in terms of subject matter areas. You all have heard me talk a little bit before about how, traditionally or typically we think about those two subject areas when we think about accountability systems and rating systems. So what you see here is reflective of only two subject matter areas, math and English. But this is going to show you kind of a distribution of the school performance based on the percentage of students who are meeting expectations on those academic standards. So you can see over here on this very left-hand side of your screen, there is a 0 to 3.2 percentage of students who are on track. We have 59 schools who have students, a percentage of students between 0 and 3.2% actually meeting standards. When you get to kind of this middle area of the chart, you can see that's where a vast majority of our schools fall in terms of performance in academic achievement. I know these numbers are little, but you can see, for example, at this very tallest bar graph, there are 566 schools who have somewhere between 28.8 and 32% of students who are meeting those standards in terms of academic achievement. On the far right hand of that chart, you can see that there is there are 9 schools that are achieving that have 96.9. Excuse me, this is little. 9 schools who have 96 to 99.2% of students who are achieving and meeting those academic standards. So this is going to give you a reference point for a prompt that we're going to come to a little bit later. We want to talk through now the specific prompts that we're going to go through before we get through and divide it into our breakout groups. So our prompts around achievement, and this is what we shared with you via email late last week. We're going to talk about 3 kind of key questions, 3 critical areas. We're going to start with examination of the subjects, the subject matter areas that could or should be included in the calculation when we think only about this achievement component. So if we're thinking about achievement, We want to know which subject matter areas should be included. As I mentioned before, typically, we think about math and English language arts. I hope you also saw in the public comment that there are comments and questions about whether other subject matter areas could or should be included. And so our question for you all is, do we do all tested subjects? Do we do some subset of subjects? We're going to show you a slide here in a moment about the different the different subject matter areas that are tested. Second prompt we're going to go through in our breakout groups today is how do we then weight those particular subjects when we are thinking about academic achievement. So your breakout group may come to a consensus that yes, we believe all tested subjects should be included, or yes, we believe a subset of subjects should be included. We're then going to look in terms of weighting. If you kind of identify which subjects your group would like to move forward with, how might you weight those subjects in terms of academic achievement, equal weighting, different rating between the subjects that are selected by your group. Our third prompt is really going to talk about kind of the approach where we apply letter grades to this achievement metric. And it really kind of is going to talk about an approach that is absolute or relative, a distribution type approach. So you can see here, if we're thinking about these two options, how should letter grades be applied to achievement? We will see absolute cutoffs, which means no matter how our schools perform in this specific school year of data that we're looking at, we have an absolute expectation, an unchanging expectation of what an A may represent in terms of academic performance. The distribution approach is the opposite of that. It really compares performance to each other. Schools will have performance metrics for achievement that are relative to the actual performance that we saw in schools. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that here in a moment. When we go into prompt 1 and when we get into our breakout groups, you're going to see this slide, which I hope looks like a worksheet. It's intended to look like a worksheet, but as I mentioned in that norming section, we're really trying to get consensus from your breakout group in terms of which you prefer. If there is not consensus, we want to hear that too. But it's kind of a checkbox, right? Do we think as a group it could be all tested subjects versus a subset? And if a subset, which ones? I mentioned that we were going to show you a list, and you'll have access to this in your breakouts. Here are the tested subjects that are available to us when we think about our youngest learners, and we're thinking about that annual statewide TCAP assessment, which is a standardized assessment. We know that in grades 3 through 5, we look at English language arts, mathematics, and science that are the tested subjects. When we think about grades 6 through 8, we keep those 3 and we expand then to social studies. And when you think about end of course exams for those older students, those older grade students, we see a little bit more option within a particular subject matter area. For example, if you're thinking about mathematics, when we look at end of course exams, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 potential tested subject areas here. And so this is going to be a reference point for you as we move into our breakout groups. I mentioned that we are going to go through which weights. Again, this is a slide that's kind of intended to represent a worksheet. If your group decides, yes, all subjects should be included, we'll ask you to weight between the subjects, which counts for what. Do we believe one subject matter area should carry a higher weight, should count more, for example, in the calculation than another? And if you pick 3 subjects, you'll fill in 3 blanks. If you pick 2, if you pick 4, we want those subjects to match up. But of course, your percentage points will need to total 100% based on how you all decide in your breakout group to weight each academic subject area. Before we go into our breakout groups, I want to spend a little bit more time kind of unpacking this absolute cutoff approach versus the distribution approach. Now, I mentioned, kind of the way of thinking about this is really in terms of, do you want these to be relative measures or not? And so if you're looking at your screen and you're thinking about which approach would we like to apply in terms of academic achievement, that first required component, a way to think about that is achievement results aligned directly to letter grades, regardless of how schools have actually performed in that year. is the kind of relative measure. So we look at all of the performance of all of the schools and kind of determine from there the performance layers. I see a hand up. I'm not sure whose hand it is. Let me see if I can get over to my screen. Chairman Eby, hey, I see you. Yes, sir.
Yes, I had just a sort of a basic question on the definition of achievement. Have we looked at achievement to include not only test scores in academic, but also the AMOs? We in the state set some pretty stringent AMO targets for districts, and which include academics and graduation rates and ELA rates. How do we define achievement? Or does that come up someplace else?
I want to address it actually in the large group forum. And I know I see your hand, Bob. I'll come to you next. Other Bob Nardo, not Bob Eby. But we also have Deputy Commissioner Sam Piercy on, as well as our Assistant Commissioner for Assessment and Accountability. I'll invite you all to chime in here. When we think about AMOs, that federal accountability metric that we think about very traditionally associated with federal accountability, there is not a determination yet if AMOs should be included or could be included. We've heard a lot about that in public comment. So I think when we kind of move through these prompts for academic achievement and the first prompt of which subjects, how should subjects be weighted, and how should letter grades be applied to the achievement results, that's really something we would like to hear from you on. Now, we know that there have been some challenges in this year in particular due to delays from the federal government and approvals that we needed for various AMOs. We just got that step completed just this past Friday, actually, once we got approval from the federal government. So we've got some option, I think, there. But Sam or David, if any of you all would like to chime in, I'll invite you to do so now. Then we'll go to the question from Bob Nardo.
Sure. I think Chairman Eby, it's a good question. And I think the thing that would be helpful just to note out of the gate here is that the questions and the prompts that are framed are not intended to constrain conversation and where anything may go that bubbles up in your subgroups. I think what we were attempting to do is make sure that the conversations can result in a directional move. And if that move is, hey, we actually want AMOs in here, that's great. That's up to the determination of this steering committee and kind of how the thoughts arise. The constraint that we do want to recognize is ensuring that whatever comes out of this is fully understandable for our key stakeholders as parents on the ground. That's the piece that I would kind of rest with that. But there's going to be other conversations here too, where you mentioned kind of graduation rates and other indicators there. Do those things belong folded into an achievement space, or might AMOs or graduation rate or subgroups belong in our other indicators column here, right? I think we're starting with that list on there and the prompt as it stands, because the first part of the law frames up TCAP and EOCs. And so that is kind of our starting point place. And the piece that we think is probably most visible to stakeholders on the ground when we think about parents, that's something that they can quickly internalize. But it's not intended to constrain conversation.
It just seems that since it's a target that we as a state set as an achievement, for the districts to achieve, it's something that needs to be considered someplace. That's my own comment.
Good. Thank you, Chairman Eby. I appreciate that. Bob Nardo, I see your question in the chat. We'll read it for you, or you can come off mute. But looks like is it on the table to talk about achievement measures as they apply to subgroups or in relation to comparative schools? You want to talk about that one at all? On the table, I think, short answer. Yes, sir. On the table. And we've heard a lot of public comment about subgroup performance. And we mentioned kind of when we reviewed public comment last meeting, that can apply to what we typically define as a subgroup of students or kind of the lowest performing subset of students, regardless of what traditional subgroup they may qualify for or fall into. That is certainly something that we can include in our conversation today, whether that applies in achievement and or growth and or other indicators. I think we're looking for you all to bring that forward in your comments if that is what you prefer to see. Aaron, I see your comment. You indicated numbers on top of the charts were schools in those categories. That is more schools than I'm used to seeing. Okay, so let me flip back. And then David, if you want to talk a little bit more about this chart and kind of what you see here I'll invite you to come off mute and kind of unpack this for us a little bit. You might have a little bit more technical depth here than I do.
So I just wanted to jump in and confirm just a couple of details for what's reported here. So as mentioned on the slide, this is just ELA and math. That's the starting point for this discussion, primarily simply because we're trying to mirror where we are federally for accountability purposes. We are not beholden to that, but just purely for example's sake, that's what we're reporting here. Also wanted to specify here that what's being represented may differ from proficiency rates that you may have seen in other places, only because there are some typical accountability rules applied to this set of students. So one of the most prominent would be historically in accountability, when we've calculated proficiency rates in Tennessee, we've applied what we call our 50% rule, which means we've constrained the population of students reported in this chart to students who've attended at least 50% of a school year at a public institution here in Tennessee. So if you haven't accumulated at least 50% of the year's worth of attendance, those students are actually excluded from the data set that went into producing these calculations. So if you happen to be comparing what this chart looks like to some of the summer assessment reporting that we had done earlier, you might see very different rates of reporting, only because what we historically do in the summer includes any child that was tested in Tennessee, and we aren't necessarily constraining the population to students who have accumulated a certain number of attendance like we historically do in accountability. So long story short, these are accountable success rates as opposed to our assessment reporting success rates.
But David, could you just answer Aaron's question though about the number at the top of each bar chart?
Like, I literally just mean the report card says that there are 1,920 some schools in the state, but you'd get that from adding up the top
yeah,
five.
So those counts I need to go back and look at. The distribution is accurate. So in terms of like the actual shape of the histogram, it centers up correctly. The average of this group is generally about 35.5% for ELA and math, and that centers up correctly. So what we're trying to represent here is essentially the shape of the distribution of what performance looks like by schools in Tennessee, and it's appropriate and accurate for that purpose.
Thank you, David. I see a chat from Director Eddie Pruitt said, in watching most of the town halls, having an AMO option seemed to be preference from participants. So that's to your point, Chairman Eby. Thank you for calling that out, Director. I see Jim McIntyre. Before we go to small groups, can we also know about how these individual discrete components will be brought together in terms of overall coherence in the formula calculation towards the end of the process? Yes, sir. So we are going to go through breakout groups this afternoon. We're going to share back out to each other at the end of this conversation, kind of where our breakout groups found consensus, where that consensus kind of points us, or if there was not consensus on a particular component. We'll do that on the heels of each of the meetings coming up. So you'll have kind of a debrief, so to speak, of what happens today in all of the different conversations as it relates to academic achievement. You'll have a debrief later on of the conversation on Thursday when we go into growth. Same goes for our other indicators and for weighting. We also talked a little bit about, do we as a working group kind of come together, discuss these things, provide our input, and then all of a sudden see some letter grades. And we definitely do not want to do that. We want to be very transparent about kind of what the working groups have recommended, how those things will come together. And so after the weighting meeting, which is our meeting 5, you'll be able to hear from us kind of the full kind of report of where the working group process provided some real decision point in terms of what goes into the calculation, what falls out of the calculation, how those things have been weighted before kind of the publication of letter grades. We want everyone to be able to see the published full calculation prior to the results of that calculation, which is the A, B, C, D, or F letter grades for each school. Okay, I'm going to forward us back to where we were in the slide deck. And Sam, I'm going to kick it over to you to talk a little bit more about the absolute cutoff versus the distribution kind of approach when we think about academic achievement.
Okay, thanks, Chelsea. And I think you can probably go ahead and jump to the next slide for me here. All we want to make sure that we do in this space is frame up the conceptual directions on this. And again, so anything we kind of go into here is just to start the conversations off. But the concept of the absolute cutoff is that we have a measure of overall achievement performance of a school against a set grading scale, whatever that may look like. But we know definitively, if I have one school's results, I can tell you what its achievement score is. That is kind of the concept of the absolute. If you select that method, then you have to select the grading scale that applies to it, right? Over what overall achievement performance level gets you an A, a B, a C, a D, and F, as opposed to the distribution where we're really measuring a school's percentile rank in overall achievement performance relative to all schools in Tennessee. And so again, kind of the difference of a focus in overall absolute achievement performance compared to what's a school's percentile rank compared to everyone else in the state. In either case, we have to select the ranges that apply to each letter grade. So if you'll jump to the next slide, Chelsea, thinking about sort of the worksheet fill-in, you're going to fill in the chart with either direction you might select, right? Should an A mean a very absolute indication of something, or should it mean a relative performance compared to the state? In either place, you've got to kind of fill in the percentage range that goes with each letter grade. So just want to make sure this is the type of question that we're looking for the groups to be able to answer at the end. Which one and what should those ranges look like? In the next slide, we want to kind of give just an example for priming. Please know the department is not pushing this model or approach. We're just trying to give an example to kind of lock it in people's minds of this is what it would look like. So if you use the kind of traditional letter grade scales that our students are used to seeing, a 90 and above is an A, 80 to 89 is a B, so on and so forth, and put that on schools' overall achievement scores, this is what that would look like across the state. So you would not end up with very many A's in the state, and you'd end up with a lot of F's. Again, this is not us saying this is the model you should select. We're just trying to kind of conceptually lock in from a traditional concept of letter grades as a student might experience them. This is what that might look like.
Sam, can I ask, when you say overall achievement levels, you're talking about proportions of students who are scoring proficient or advanced or meeting expectations?
Yes, sir, Jim. So it's building on whatever decisions come out of kind of those first two prompts.
Gotcha.
So,
okay, thank you.
So assuming like these kind of build on each other as they go, but even if you change the inputs on prompt 1 and 2 and selected other measures, we still have to answer this question, right? What is an A really telling us about a school? And part 1 to that is this absolute versus kind of relative model. So, but yes, it is based on whatever is decided kind of in those first two questions. And the next slide, we'll pivot a little bit to the other side and kind of bring back that histogram that was shared earlier. When using kind of the relative model, I think it is helpful to think through kind of piecemeal questions to it. What should an average school letter grade be? Should that be smack in the middle of a C? Should that be the line between a B and a C, or something altogether different? Whatever the performance metric is that is being kind of plugged in here for achievement, we've got to decide actually if a relative model is the way to go, where then do you put the average school? Then you can start to think about the letter grades to either side of that average line. How do we make a differentiation piece that an A school really is this percentile rank and above, an F school is this percentile rank and below, and where do we draw the other lines for the respective letter grades? That's really what we're trying to get at from a distribution approach if that was the model selected. On the next slide, you have a very, very basic example of it, which is just straight splitting the letter grades into quintiles, right? If we said there's 5 letter grades, each of them then represent 20%, you would get that letter grade distribution that you see on the left-hand side. 20% of schools fall into each letter grade category, and the ranges of the percentile rank represented in that chart on the right-hand side. So again, if the distribution approach is the preferred model, you still got to come back and kind of decide where do we draw the lines for each of the respective letter grades. But I think it's helpful if you do select that approach to think about what do you really want to say an average school is? What does that mean? And then how do we want to think about schools on the far ends of the spectrum and kind of cut slices back towards the middle there. David, is there anything you would add just kind of on the thinking around how people might conceptualize these two pieces before we kind of move on?
Sam, the only thing that I'd add is that as people are kind of grappling with the question, I would just encourage people to not, like, we obviously want as much specificity as we possibly can. And if you can put numbers to grades, that's great. But it's equally important that we produce a version of this that we can explain conceptually, right? So the purpose of this is not just purely to carve up a distribution in a way that kind of fits what we expect, but it's to be able to produce a distribution that results in letter grades that we can explain to folks and to parents. So as you're having that conversation and you're talking about, oh, what happens if we set the cut score here or here, like moving it 1% or 2 in either direction is not as important as being able to describe, well, what is a B going to mean if we go this way? What is a C going to mean if we go that way? And that's ultimately where we want to start. And then we'll bring back in the modeling and we'll be able to describe like where the cards actually land.
Thank you both. We are going to get ready to go into breakouts, but I want to make sure to acknowledge the chats that are in the chat bar. We've got another comment from Director Pruitt. Hard to determine absolute cutoffs until we know what subjects are included, since they typically vary in achievement percentages. So we might see a higher percent of achievement in one subject matter area versus another. So thank you for calling out that kind of tension point as we work through this. The example here is that science and social studies typically performance might be a little higher there than what you see in English language arts or math. I've got a comment from Bob Nardo. It says, to Sam's point, under the previous accountability protocol, absolute performance of 45% plus was defined as an A. So if a school saw 45% kind of success rate, then that would be considered an A school. You've got kind of B schools from 35 to 45% success rate, C schools 27.5 to 35%, D 20 to 27, and then below 20% is an F school. So thank you, Bob, for including that comment in the chat. Vanita Doggett, you added an important note here. It says, building on previous measures, that numbers will change yearly, and it's not necessarily a set metric. I see one from Bob Nardo. To the chairman's point, under the old model, exceeding AMOs was an alternative way of reaching a B to that absolute performance approach. And then David, you've clarified here for Vanita that the comment is actually open question for discussion. So kind of going back to that comment Vanita made about previous measures, that those could change yearly, that is something that we can talk about in this discussion today as we go into the breakout group. So I just wanted to make sure to acknowledge those comments in the chat for those of us who might be participating by phone today, or those of us who can't open that chat up and read it as we're participating in the meeting. So breakout group, we are just about to send you all into some smaller groups to start wrestling with the prompts that we've laid out for you. I mentioned that, we've got a lot of different folks with a lot of different perspectives. We're interested in hearing from you all, but do try to want to identify where there is consensus, where there is not consensus. You're going to have some facilitators who are department staff who are going to kind of help us work through those worksheet type slides. But we'll have about an hour together to go into our breakouts to talk a little bit about prompt 1, prompt 2, prompt 3. We want to hear back from you at the end of that time, what your breakout group discussed, where consensus may be possible, where it is not possible, and if we have time after hearing from all of the different breakout groups in terms of their share outs on these prompts for academic achievement, if there are other things that kind of came to the floor today that we feel like would be good for the working group to know or hear, we'll save time for that at the very, very end of the meeting. So excuse me, with that, I think we are ready to go into our breakout groups. I see that there are some folks who are participating in the chat. I believe that chat will kind of go away for a moment until we all come back together in the big group. So just wanted to acknowledge that. David, you've commented back on a few of these things here for us. So I appreciate everyone for kind of listening and level setting with us this afternoon. We are going to move now into the breakout groups within Microsoft Teams. You've got a staff person from TDOE who will kind of help facilitate the conversation for your group, take notes, and definitely please don't forget to kind of name one person to share out for your breakout groups when we come back together here in about an hour. All right, we are going to now go into breakout groups at this time. Thanks so much.
Forward to the appropriate slide as folks kind of slowly join the room and start thinking about nominating a small group leader to ultimately share out the results of today's conversation.
I'm not going to volunteer. I'm actually going to be about to have to go into a car ride going to a cross country match. So I don't know how well I'll be, if we'll actually be running races. So I'll defer to somebody else, hopefully.
Hey, and this is Joey. Well, I apologize. My camera is not working. So I apologize for that. And I was going to nominate Eddie Pruitt, but that didn't work. But I think the camera is an issue, so I apologize.
That is no problem at all. All right, looks like the group's all here. We've got this session recorded. We'll go ahead and get started. I see Jeannie has also left a chat that she has to leave early. For any folks not planning to leave early, I'm looking at some of our frequent flyers in terms of sharing out whole group anyways. If you are willing to be our group leader today, we do want to settle on a speaker prior to kicking off this conversation for a couple different reasons. But I do want to just quickly introduce myself. My name is Grace Shelton. For those of you that don't know me, I'm our Assistant Commissioner of Performance and Evaluation here at the department. My team oversees a lot of our data reporting work. So that includes platforms like the report card. I'm joined today by our Assistant Commissioner of Communications and Engagement, Victoria Robinson, who I believe you all know quite well. She will be here joining to take notes and to answer any additional questions that folks have. I just have the prompts up here. I think what we're going to be doing today is just a kind of step-by-step walking through the prompts as they were laid out by the department prior to coming together into this breakout group. I think the objective for the end of today's conversation is that we have reached a group consensus on some, if not all, of the prompts that were given to us today, and that we were able to take pretty extensive notes and share those out with the whole group once we get to that wrap up at the end of today's conversation. We will be joining our whole group, I believe, around 4:25, 4:30-ish, just to give folks a firm deadline to keep in mind. If you do end up becoming our group leader, one thing that I also want to flag for folks is that we're doing kind of a two-part share out. Part one is really just addressing the group's consensus on each of the prompts. We're going to get through all of the breakout groups, sharing out their group's information there. And then after that, we will circle back to talk about any other topics that we get to today in this small group conversation. And so with that, I want to remind folks that we've got 3 prompts today. The first one, as it relates to academic achievement and letter grades, is which subject areas should be included in the achievement metric. All tested subjects, a subset of tested subjects, etc. We'll then move into weighting those subjects before we talk about that absolute versus distribution approach to assigning letter grades. If folks are okay with that structure of the conversation, we are of course open to taking this conversation wherever it may lead most naturally to get as much feedback from you all as possible. Still looking for a group leader, and if no one steps forward, Victoria and I might just have to pick someone ourselves. Which I hope isn't the case. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and just open the floor to folks for this first prompt here or any other questions you want to dive into as we begin today's conversation. So this first prompt, which subject area should be included in the achievement metric? I see Director Pruitt has a hand raised, so I'll pass it over to him.
Thank you. I met with some of my folks just to kind of talk through this. And, you know, when I first went into this, I was thinking, you know, less is more. You know, why, you know, because we test a lot. But as I started thinking about it from a perspective of just, you know, in a high school, if you do Algebra 1 and English 1 in a small school, that could be 2 teachers determining the impact of that accountability. And then also from a parent's perspective, you know, you want to kind of have a bigger picture of how that school is achieving. So, you know, having more might be better. Now, granted, it is a more testing, but I think from my perspective, I would agree that, you know, more is better. I would probably what my team looked at was 3rd and 4th grade, ELA and math only. Then when we get to 5th through 8th grade, do all the subjects, math, science, social studies, ELA, and then 9-12 do 2 math, 2 ELA, and then 1 science, which would probably be biology since it's a requirement, graduation requirement.
I see we've got a hand raised from Joey Vaughn. Please go ahead and come off mute, sir.
Yes, thank you. Agree with Director Pruitt. We had talked, I talked with several out of my area as well, and thought that it would be, you know, for us to look at all core subjects. I really like what he said there with 3-4 hitting math and ELA, and then 5-6, 5 through 8, adding the science and social studies as well, especially with what, you know, the work that we're doing in ELA and the math that's coming up. So that was the consensus coming out of my area as well.
I'll jump in next if that's okay.
Go right ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't see the hand raised. I was trying to make sure no hands are raised. I talked to several people too, a lot of folks in the testing, and most everybody felt like that I talked to, if we were required to give the assessment to the students, that we ought to include it here. I do see the argument for not including science in grades 3 and 4 because it's not a very large assessment, doesn't generate as much data as the rest of them. But pretty much everybody kind of agreed that if we're testing it, we ought to include it. A couple of questions that did come up. I had some people that were curious if we would continue to include alternate tests along with that. And then some of the secondary folks are curious if we should include ACT. And so that wasn't a consensus. The other part was a consensus, but the ACT and the alternate was a question that came up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll pass it over to you, Kim. I see your hand is raised.
We're like, I'm in an elementary school, we're K-6. 3, 6 tests English, math, science, and then 6 tests social studies. I think we're okay with including science, but it gets a lot less instructional time than the other ones. So I would be very mindful of that when we get to the weighting of it.
Thank you very much. I see another hand from Vanita.
Yes, thank you. I'm also leaning toward actually including the sections. So I've got a 7th grader, and you know, again, we're testing these subjects, but they're not being included or they're excluded. To the same point of just thinking also around making sure that we don't weight it too heavily because they may not get enough time in those things. And then I had another question that might also help inform this. Do we know on average, like I know that the other slide that we saw coming in weighted math and ELA, do we know how school districts and students perform with science and social studies on average? Because I'm just thinking about what could be a benefit to the students so that it doesn't always look kind of doom and gloom. And if most students perform a little bit better in science and social studies, then maybe that doesn't help as we think about how we grade these. Thank you.
Vanita, I don't know for every district, but in our district, science and social studies probably 5 to 10 percentage points better, I would say on average. That might be different for every district.
I'm going to go ahead and actually pop, if it's helpful, into the chat a link to this year's TCAP district or TCAP dashboard, which provides kind of an overall view on how students are performing by subject area on that first page there. I just provided a link to the state version. We can dive into each specific district version as well. And that also will show you that I think we've got an overall proficiency rate for 2023 of 38.1% in ELA. Whereas if we look at overall science, we see 43.1% proficiency rate across the state. If that is a helpful context for anyone in today's conversation. So I'm hearing a lot of folks saying, you know, kind of this almost this more is more, to quote Director Pruitt at the beginning of this conversation. We definitely want to continue conversations about additional subjects, not just math and ELA, as we're talking about incorporating achievement into the overall letter grade score. I do have which subjects kind of displayed here for folks to view. Would love for us to think very specifically about which subjects we'd want to see included. I know we talked a lot about 3, 5, and 6, 8. I want to think about EOCs. And I think we've had some interesting points. I'm thinking particularly about you, Miss Kim Conrad, on whether or not those should be weighted equally or differently, depending on the amount of instructional time students might be receiving in each of these subjects. So would love to continue to kind of hear thoughts on where we might end up there.
That's why we didn't put science in with 3 through 5, just because of the amount of time that teachers spend. They spend the majority of their time on ELA and math. And that's kind of why we preferred to see that in grades, in the upper grades.
I'm going to go ahead and jump us over to this next slide here, which is about weighting, prompt number 2. Which weights would we like to assign? I see Director Pruitt mentioned that we're talking about different grade levels for each of these subjects. So I want to be mindful of that. I know this table here is not necessarily kind of encompassing of where we're coming to in a group conversation, but do want to think a little bit more about percentage weights as well. I see a hand up. I'm not sure whose hand is up. Hard to see, but if your hand is up, go ahead and come off mute, folks.
Okay, this is Joey Vaughn, and the people that I've talked with, if it's tested, it was important enough, and we were kind of leaning toward everything being weighted equally. You know, everything being weighted equally. That was the preference.
Yeah, this is Eddie Pruitt. That was our discussion also. If we're counting it in accountability, my preference would be to count it equally. However, I could see where, you know, you've got a 75, 25, 60, 40 or something like that with the ELA, math, then science and social studies, but I would prefer to keep them the same.
Everyone I talked to, with one exception, thought that they should all be counted equally. The one exception was from our friends in Hamilton County, and they thought that English and math ought to be weighted a little heavier, so that just because there's more focus on it in other places. But everybody else I spoke to preferred everything was equal.
See a comment in the chat from Jeannie. If we were to have all 4, we believe that ELA and math should be weighted more heavily. Jeannie, I'm not sure if you're on the call, if you wanted to elaborate a little bit further there, but so it sounds like we are kind of leaning towards that all tested subject requirement and thinking really about this weighting component here.
Right, that's right. I mean, I think if don't feel super strongly about having all 4, but I do think it's important to think about what we're signaling to districts about what they should be prioritizing in terms of energy, staffing, funding. And so do think obviously social studies and science really matter, but ELA and math are significant. I think they should weigh more than combined, maybe more than 50%, right? Maybe 60, 70%. Yeah, like what you have, Renita. Yeah.
And to add on to that, I think too, it's important, like
I'm wrapping my head around like what grade levels we're talking about, but like 3-5 gets 90 minutes for ELA, 90 minutes for math, 30 minutes for science and social studies, and they're splitting that. So like kids aren't even getting science and social studies every day. So, and we don't test social studies in 3-5, but like I wouldn't want science to count as much as ELA and math do.
Yeah, I agree. I also think given that, you know, most of our research shows that really key subjects like math and science, Algebra 1 are really associated with further success. So thinking about what parents value in that association is strong. If we do include all 4, that they weigh slightly heavier, especially considering the time that districts spend on each, wanting that to reflect in the weightings.
Is there anything that says we have to stick to that structure of percentages? The reason I ask, going back to if we do elementary, let's say you only did 5th grade, you wouldn't want that one science test to count as much as a 3 ELA tests. Can we do a weight that's for every assessment that's given is given equal weight? That way ELA would count 3 times as much as the one science. And does that make sense?
Yep, I think that makes sense. I think that's open for conversation here, Kevin. I don't think we necessarily have to stick to this sort of very kind of simplistic view of assigning percentage weights. If there's more nuance that we want to give based on number of assessments per subject, that's certainly something that we can have a conversation about. Really kind of an open space on how we assign out those weight percentages here. So would love to hear others' thoughts on that particular suggestion.
Same way it works in high school, just for those that are at the elementary only level. The high school only has 1 science, 1 social studies, but we have 3 math and 2 ELA. So.
Yeah, I was thinking on that, if you just did the ELA and math in the 3-5 band in accountability, and then you could do the weights through 6, because I know each district might do it differently, but you know, once our kids get in middle school, they're getting the same amount of time in math and ELA that they are in science and social studies. Same thing in high school. So you could, you know, do it similar to a time base there.
In high school, has there been discussion about how to navigate the 2 different math pathways? Because not every student is taking the algebra path. Some are in the integrated math path, which I know was a challenge with our federal accountability system earlier this year. So was wondering how we were thinking about that at the state level.
Typically what happens is they just do integrated 1, 2, 3, synonymous with Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2. I know in our district, we're a AGA district, but if we had a kiddo that comes in from integrated, that's where his score will go, is whichever parallel. So imagine it'd be similar here.
That's correct, yes.
I'll jump in and say, I agree with a lot of what's said. Differentiation for the lower grade band versus middle school and up. Middle school and up, absolutely. We're spending the same amount of time in every class period every day. I mean, you get your standardized class times from 6th and up, and from a parent perspective, that's what I'm here to represent. Everything should be included out there to me, to all the parents that I've talked to, because like it's been said over and over again, if it's important enough to test it, then it's important enough to include, right? And I think we've got to really bring the conversation back to keeping it very simple, because if this is ultimately for parents, then it needs to be something parents can understand and relate to. Okay, my child took an EOC, I should be able to look at this and see where that's included in there. So equal weight, if you will, from 6th and up, because they're getting equal time, and parents can look at that and go, okay, this is a direct correlation I can understand, and keeping that very clean for them. I think that's really important.
I appreciate that. I think that's an excellent point on how we're kind of going to be able to communicate this back out to our parents and our folks out in the community once we ultimately reach a conclusion. I think one thing that I'm noticing here is we've definitely reached a consensus on all tested subjects being somehow incorporated within the achievement measure specifically. Conversation is leaning really heavily towards having some adjustments for 3 through 5 based on instructional time, and then sort of an equal distribution 6 and up. I wanted to repeat that back because that's what we're capturing in the notes and want to make sure that sounds how the conversation is trending to the rest of the group as well. I see lots of head nodding, so that's good. You know, don't want to, you know, keep us too long on one conversation, but I do want to just make sure that we reach a level of comfort and shared understanding before we move on into talking about that absolute versus distribution approach for our remaining time. Yes, Kevin, I see that you've got a hand up.
Yeah, I just want to make sure when we're talking about equal distribution, if we're talking about English and math, science, and social studies, I don't think if by content area that shouldn't be equal at the high school level because you have different number of assessments for those content areas. Middle school makes perfect sense because everybody takes everything. So at the high school, I want to make sure that we're not weighing biology as much as we are all three of the math.
Of course, over the high at the top, future.
Understood. Yep. Thank you for clarifying that. All right, folks. Well, I feel like we're feeling pretty good just in terms of a group consensus here. I do want to keep the conversation moving. If that sounds right for folks, we can go on to the next prompt. We can certainly come back. We've got up until 4:25, 4:30 to continue this conversation. Appreciate everyone's input here. Want to move on to prompt number 3, because I think this is one that we're going to generate some great feedback on how we're going to be applying letter grades to achievement in light of our kind of group decision to include all of those tested subjects. So we've got the 2 options here, those absolute cutoffs that Chelsea and Sam walked through in our previous conversation, as well as the distribution option. I'm going to actually share this kind of more simplified, summed up version of what each one of those options means. I know some folks might already have some thoughts before we dive right in, but wanted to open the floor to hear folks' reactions to these 2 options and where folks might be leaning just in their initial thoughts and what they might have heard from the field prior to coming to today's conversation.
This is Eddie Pruitt. Can you all hear me okay? I'm in the...
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I am an absolute not in favor of going the distribution. You know, I think every school should have a chance to earn its way, and it shouldn't be a comparative distribution there. So I'm not in favor of that. I like the absolute idea. You know, we've had that before. 45.
I think we're losing you a little bit there, Director Pruitt, but I did hear the beginning of your comment on absolute over distribution. Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Yep.
And I'll go off mute because I think I'm going to go in a bad.
Okay. Sure, no problem.
So I'll listen.
Okay, I'm going to pass it on. I don't know who raised their hand first, but feel free to come off mute, folks, and just contribute. I think we've got Kevin and Kim with hands raised at the moment.
Mine's got a 1 next to it, so I'm assuming that means I'm first. I don't like jumping in front of anybody. Same thing. Distribution. We think that's probably the least favorable thing. There's too much that says the achievement based on distribution is basically just pointing out who the economically disadvantaged schools are. Almost every single group I talked to, they didn't really like absolute by itself. They really favored the AMO. But even the AMOs have its problem. Most people kind of wanted to go back to what the former school accountability model was, where you kind of took the best of. I did have one group that said include both of them, have an AMO and an absolute cut, and force that on both of them. Just because an absolute cutoff, if you're a high performing district, you're going to get an A regardless. It doesn't matter. If you have an AMO and you're a high performing district or a low performing district, then you know it's pretty easy to kind of get those AMOs, and your upper schools may not pay attention to it. So I can see the advantage of both, but almost everybody I talked to said absolutely no with distribution. And they really preferred absolute cutoffs if they had to pick between the 2, but they wanted to have the option of the AMO methodology we've used in the past. Thank you.
And excuse me, I agree with like everything you just said. Every school should have the opportunity to be an A school every year. So the people that I've talked to are against distribution. Absolute cutoffs, I feel like, can sort of lean towards socioeconomic status as well. So including AMOs as an option is definitely something that people that I have talked to favor.
I agree with what the previous two people said. I've heard from no one who is in favor of the distribution. I'm from Northeast Tennessee, and we have a very large poverty window throughout our districts, and most people I've talked to have felt as though that would just highlight the districts facing high poverty levels and also large numbers of ESL populations and so forth that tend to pull those down. About everyone that I have spoken to has said the same thing. They would be in favor of absolute with the AMOs calculated in as well.
I can't see who's got their hand raised. I had in speaking about absolute, I wondered how the department determined the 45%, and if there's a methodology, I would be interested in it. But could the state use like the high end of the average? So let's say the average is 38. Well, that could be the high end of a C, and then kind of metric those out. A B would be a little bit higher than that, and an A, and so on and so forth. That would be a way that we would always have a potential number, and it wouldn't just be some arbitrary number. You could use that average to determine it. On AMOs, I do get the idea or the perspective that AMOs, you could have a great year, then a bad year, then a great year, and then 10 years from now, you're still in the same spot you were. So I don't like I like AMOs, but I wanted to throw out the ideas. Could you potentially use a trajectory path where you you still have the AMO as an option, but if you're not on trajectory like you were, like with your 3-year average, then maybe you lose a point. So if you hit your double AMO, but it was just because you had a really bad year the year before, you might, instead of being a 4, you might be a 3. It was just an idea that I had that would kind of keep a school from staying around 10% for every year, and they would alternate between a reward school and maybe a failing school. So that was just an idea that I had.
Thank you, Director Pruitt. I see Kevin has a comment in the chat that originally the absolute cuts were determined from state quintiles for a baseline year. I want to bring up the distribution as we shared earlier today, just if it would be helpful in informing today's conversation. I think that's certainly going to be helpful when we talk about those absolute cutoffs. It seems like we have a pretty strong group consensus on and finding a way to make that absolute pathway work and heading away from that distribution option. I will, of course, invite anyone to come off mute that has a difference of opinion there. But I think this brings up a really interesting conversation on how we're going to want to apply those percentile ranges for letter grades if we were to use that absolute pathway.
Yeah, no difference in opinion here on the absolute pathway. We're definitely in favor of an absolute pathway and think that every school should have the opportunity to earn an A. I do wonder in this discussion, when we talk about the cutoffs and modeling of it, it's really helpful to see this, but also it's really hard to think about it in isolation because this will only be one piece of the pie and would want to know how this interacts with the growth measures as well. AMOs is one of those that have been brought up this time, which I think it would be interesting to model what it would look like to have the absolute achievement and AMO bucket as well as TVOS. So all three of those remain represented in their own unique portions of the letter grade calculation, but would just love, Grace, to see as we move through this modeling that brings all of the indicators together as we kind of add them throughout the later conversations. No, somewhat jumping ahead, but.
No, I think that's an excellent point, and we can certainly, work with our accountability team to get some of those models developed and shared out as part of some pre-review as you guys continue to answer prompts in the remaining conversations. I'll bring that to our leadership team. Thank you. Yep, I see your message in the chat, Jeannie. Jeannie asked the same question. Will there be an opportunity to see some modeling? And I look forward to, like I said, connecting with our team and providing those for you all. But I think that's a really excellent point as well as we think about how these things will ultimately intersect with one another. I think that's really important to continue to bring into this conversation about, those ultimate cutoffs. But it sounds to me like we're kind of thinking about something that is a little bit based on a sort of baseline year or previous year sort of starting point. But I want to continue to invite folks to come off mute and share any other thoughts there.
This is more general. I'm sorry, I did not raise my hand, but as we're doing this, I do, again, just want to highlight the sensitivity for districts that have more students who have lower socioeconomic status. So as we're really working to do this absolute model, just if we can think about that, because I think that there's a lot of propensity for some districts who may have greater poverty issues, but have wonderful schools that the entire district is kind of dinged. And I'm just, again, highlighting the experience having worked at Legacy Memphis City Schools, where we saw that this would change every year, and it always felt as if, the bar was being moved, not in our favor, and we were always seemingly felt like the bottom of the barrel, if that makes any sense.
I think that brings up an excellent point. Thank you, Vanita. I think that also kind of reminds me of the conversation that I believe Chrissy might have brought up a little bit earlier about making sure that the solution that we arrive to or the consensus that our group arrives to is something that can be easily communicated and translated across the state, across stakeholder groups, so that there is a shared understanding of where these letter grade calculations are coming from. So I know as we think about things like baseline years and moving bars across year to year, I want to make sure that we're really cognizant on how we're going to be able to communicate that to the folks in our communities and make sure it's something that is simple for folks. I see our chat's blowing up, which is great. We got a comment here from Madeline Price. Think it's very important to know how this achievement measure interacts with growth. So growth is balanced in this calculation, which is something that was consistently elevated in public comment. Definitely, that is something we heard a lot in public comment, and an excellent point. Jeannie mentioned that including AMOs would counter the tight correlation with poverty and letter grades. And then I see from Kevin a comment on encouraging equal weight to growth later to compensate for that ED bias in the achievement measure. Excellent points there. I do want to bring us back to this slide in particular, just to make sure that we're thinking really critically about, where we'll ultimately be able to share out whole group on the conversation for those percentile ranges and what folks should be thinking about when we come together with the entirety of the steering committee today.
I'm sorry, I might have misunderstood. Did you have a question for that last slide, or?
No, not a particular question, just prompting any more conversation or comments folks want to add. We've got a couple more minutes, about 10 more minutes here. Yep.
All right.
No, you're fine.
I think I have a question. So when we're looking at like an absolute cutoff, would that change? Like, would that absolute cutoff number come after testing has happened for the year? Or would we know that before?
In the past, it's been predefined with state accountability. And I'll tell you, schools appreciate knowing what that number is. They've got it hit in advance, which is a huge disadvantage to the distribution. There had been talk in the past where you might adjust that cut score every single year. But I know that the schools and the leadership in those buildings prefer that not to happen so that they have something that their teachers can target throughout the year.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and I think that's the one downside that I had about when you do an average, you know, that's going to change from year to year. So having a number, now you may have to adjust that every now and then, but knowing that number up front is definitely beneficial.
I think Bob posted cuts that were currently used. Now, granted, those are only ELA and math, but does anyone think that those numbers are out of whack or need to be higher, lower? Just out of curiosity. I mean, certainly, I think it needs to be adjusted if we're going to include science and social studies at some point. Probably needs to be adjusted a little north, but has anybody heard any feedback from the field that said those cuts don't make sense?
I haven't heard anything. I know for a while it was 40%, and then I think it went up to 45, or maybe it was supposed to be 45, and then they lowered it to 40 because of COVID. I can't remember, but anyway, I'm fine with the current distribution. Grace, this is Eddie again. Question, do you feel like we've got a consensus with AMO, or are we kind of across the board? I cut in and out, so I wasn't sure if we came to a consensus on that determination.
Yep, Director Pruitt, I think I heard your question there. Cutting in and out a little bit. Did we come to a consensus on whether to include AMOs in that absolute pathway? I would say largely so. And please, you know, folks jump in and encourage me to steer the other direction if we think otherwise. I think majority of the folks we heard today did say that an AMO option is something that folks have flagged from the field, something that your stakeholders and your communities have flagged as something that would be, you know, largely preferred if it is something that we are able to pursue. I see a couple hands were raised as I was speaking, so please feel free to correct me if that's not the group's understanding on today's conversation. I'll pass it over to Vanita. I think her hand was up first.
Yes, thank you. So for figuring out, looking at the cuts that are in the chat, somebody posted those, thank you so much. Is it possible, as we're getting ready to do this, and kind of to Kevin's point too, around knowing what that is up front, is it possible as we're structuring these, do we go back a number of years to redefine what those numbers should be? Is it going forward? Would we take, you know, how do we determine what the baseline is for that cut number going forward, since this is going to be a whole brand new ball, right?
Yeah,
is on that?
I want to make sure I'm understanding your question, Vanita. So are you saying, is it possible when if this group were to determine, you know, kind of those percentile ranges based off of a baseline year, would we be able to look at prior year data, kind of stretching back whatever kind of undefined amount of years prior to setting those baseline? Is that your question? I think that is, you know. Sorry.
Yeah, that's exactly my question. I know that there are some data that we can't use because, you know, we're coming from COVID and some stuff was excluded, but just trying to figure out, like, where do we start from is really the question.
You know, I think that is an excellent point, and I don't, you know, I think that we could absolutely do something where we look back on prior year data. I think you're right. There are some hiccups in terms of data quality as we look at earlier years. COVID, for example, I'm thinking about 2016 and some of the assessment administration around that time. That makes it a little bit tricky, but we certainly do have prior year data available. And, you know, if this group comes to a consensus on wanting to use that in determining a baseline, we would definitely want to make that available for these conversations. I see another hand up.
Yeah. So So as far as AMOs go, I want to add this into the conversation again, thinking back about how parents in the community are going to understand this, right? I will tell you that parents don't know what you're talking about when you talk about AMOs. There's a complete lack of understanding there. So if you want to be really transparent in the achievement category, I think it is cleaner and more simple to have it simply come off test scores that parents understand. Then there's another area later on to come back and, okay, potentially add those somewhere else, right? We talked about the ability to have achievement growth and then other things, and adding those in their own place, because if we begin to throw that into achievement, then parents have to understand, the stakeholders have to understand what that means. And I don't think they do. So there's a whole lot of education here if you include it within this particular category. I think it's a lot easier to explain it elsewhere and still add it. I'm not saying don't add it. I'm saying explain it and add it somewhere else so that we keep this very simple for people to understand.
I do agree that it can be confusing to have AMOs as a best of, because AMOs are kind of somewhat serve as a criterion reference growth measure, as opposed to the norm reference TVOS. So, but I would be super interested to see modeling where AMOs are included as a standalone, because it's their goals that the state has set and that districts and schools are used to working towards and have been, so especially in the past year. So I think having them as a standalone piece of this pie could be interesting to explore in this new iteration of letter grades.
And I think I've been thinking about how AMOs, like understanding an AMO would transfer to a parent, but then I also think like, depending on where, like we don't get to choose our students, parents live where they can afford, like I wouldn't want them to think that their child is at a failing school because we didn't like educate about AMOs.
I think Jeannie has a great comment in the chat here about trying to find a balance between those two things, right? Making sure we're painting a full picture of how a school is performing, but also, creating something that is easily communicable to folks or easily understandable by folks. And that's an excellent point, Jeannie. And I think this conversation is really lending itself to that. I also want to flag, if we're talking about anything like AMOs, I think we just mentioned could be something to consider in that other category, or something to bring up in our growth conversation later this week. I want to also remind folks that an upcoming conversation is also when we're going to talk about weighting for each one of these indicators at large. So there's an opportunity to continue talking about these things if they don't necessarily kind of weave into the conversation today.
And I just sort of wanted to add on, I know that our target audience is like parents and families, but teacher retention is also like a major issue. And I think about what is going to, inspire teachers to stay at our title schools if they don't have a chance of being, like if their school just keeps being an F school because we're only going based off of achievement and not AMO, and not, I know we're going to talk about growth later, but like we want teachers to stay in schools. And I think it can be very like demoralizing when they don't have the opportunity to be at a successful school.
Kim, thank you this is Joey. Thank you for that, and amen. And what about these kids? I mean, we have kids with English as second language, our kids with IEPs. This isn't the time or the place for this, but I'm going to throw it out there. I wonder how OCR is going to look at this when you look at some of our subgroups. And schools can't say a lot, but those individual people can. So, but we've got to take care of our teachers. So thank you for that.
Absolutely appreciate that comment, Kim. All right, we've got only about a minute and a half before we're going back to the whole group, and we do need a speaker. I hate to circle back to the original ask, but we do need a speaker from this conversation to kind of just sum up what we talked about today. Want to share a quick overview. When we talked about subjects, we came to a pretty clear group consensus that all tested subjects need to be considered. Where we're kind of up in the air is a little bit on that weighting and how it relates based on grade band, our 3 through 5, our 6 through 8, and then 8 and up folks. We talked a lot about whether we would assign weights based on number of assessments given rather than just a weight based on that subject level entirely. We also talked about being very clear, we are going away from that distribution option and want to talk very clearly about that absolute option as a way to measure out letter grades for achievement. And you know, a lot of the conversation today was about whether to include AMOs and what that could potentially mean for out in the field or for folks within schools, within the school building. We did touch on some other indicators, that teacher retention component, should AMO be another indicator? And so that's something that we can also bring up. And then lots of other very, very rich conversation about, you know, how these might be based on previous baseline years and how we can inform real-time data before we inform those percentage bands with real-time data before they are set prior to that assessment administration. Got about 1 minute, so I think I'd like to ask whether Misty, Kim, or Kevin, you guys were some of our frequent flyers today. Does anyone want to jump in and be our speaker?
I'm not a very good speaker. I get tongue-tied a lot, so I'd recommend somebody that's a little more eloquent. I'm happy to do it if no one else wants, but be warned.
I considered you to be pretty eloquent, so there's that.
Same. I just nominated you, Kevin. You're it. Tag.
I probably should have taken better notes. I'm happy to do it. I'll do my best. I appreciate the conversation.
And thank you. I apologize for being a little voluntold there at the end. But if you have any questions, Victoria was also taking some pretty copious notes and can share anything in the chat.
If folks are of a mind that additional subject matter areas should be included, can we generate consensus around the weighting potentially of including other subject areas in the success rate for the letter grade calculation? And then the last piece is kind of a macro conversation about if we think about the distribution of performance of success rates for schools, there are a couple of different approaches that we can think about how to divide up that distribution to produce a meaningful set of letter grades, right? A standard, typical, intuitive interpretation for what those letter grades might mean. And we'll have a conversation about how to describe those approaches and how we progress with that. Any questions, concerns about the prompt before we get started? I know we all introduced ourselves last time. Do we want to do just a quick round of introductions? Again, can I get kind of a thumbs up, thumbs down on doing that, just so everybody knows who's here? Okay, so let's do that. Again, I'm David Laird. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Assessment and Accountability here at TDOE. Rico, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself as well, and then we'll kick it over to, we'll go Margaret, Aaron, and then Jean.
Hi, Rika Douglas, Deputy Chief of Staff at the department.
Margaret, Aaron, and then Jean. Margaret, if you could go ahead and introduce yourself.
Sure. Margaret Bright. I teach second grade at Lenore City Elementary School, and I'm part of the Tennessee Teacher Advisory Council.
Awesome. Thank you, Margaret. Aaron, Jean, and then we'll go to Lillian.
Hi, Erin O'Hara Block. I'm on the school board in Metro Nashville Public Schools and spent some time at the state doing a similar job to David's.
Awesome.
Good afternoon. I'm Jean Lunevetter. I'm the superintendent in Clarksville, Montgomery County, and spent a few years at the State Department myself before coming back to Clarksville.
Excellent. We'll do Lillian, Sarah, and then Sean.
Okay, sorry about that. I was having a little trouble getting off of mute. Lillian Hartgrove, Tennessee State Board of Education, representing the 6th Congressional District.
Awesome. Thank you, Lillian. Sarah, Sean, and then we'll go to J.C. Bowman.
Great. Thanks, David. Sarah Morrison. I'm currently the Executive Director at the State Board of Education, but also did some time at the Department of Education. So we have a number of expats, but thanks, David.
Awesome. Sean,
Hi,
please.
everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm Shania Ho. I'm Senior Director of Accountability.
I'm J.C. Bowman. I'm the Executive Director of Professional Educators of Tennessee.
Excellent. Thank you. So we've got Representative Love and then Representative Spicky. So Representative Love, do you want to introduce yourself real quick? Or Representative Spicky, do you want to jump in and introduce yourself to the group? Okay, so we will go ahead and get trucking. Rika's going to go ahead and take notes for us. Rika, do you want to drop a link to the note-taking app in chat? One last housekeeping item. I do need one person to volunteer to sort of share out in the last 30 minutes of our session today, a summary of our conversation. Is there somebody that would be willing to do that? Can I get a volunteer for that purpose? And you may have heard me joke about this before, but
Sarah, but she just came off mute, so it seems like
I'm such a sucker for the. I was gonna say, if no one else is gonna raise their hand, I will do it.
I was going to say my
Thanks,
first
Aaron.
job in education was teaching freshman geography at Maplewood on a block schedule at 7:05. So my wait time is excellent. Like,
Yeah.
I'd have gotten
I'm with
there
you, David.
eventually.
Well, I'm happy. I'm happy to do it. If you all think I'm misrepresenting, please jump in.
Will do. Thank you, sir, very much. So first question, first prompt is alternative subject areas. There was a good question and an important one in chat about whether or not the inclusion of other subject areas, how much that matters in terms of performance. The point is very well taken. There are modest differences between subject area performance. We have a lot of TCAT tests in Tennessee. There's a lot of test results that are not factoring into accountability. And I'll say at a school level, that can be really consequential, right? There are schools that have more significant variance in terms of alternative subjects. At the state level, for the conversation we're having today, it really doesn't move the needle a heck of a lot. Like if we were to redraw that histogram with other subjects in, the shape of that distribution would not look wildly different. The state average and the standard deviation of that average when you add science and social studies for a state don't matter a ton. And that's why we haven't necessarily immediately provided more modeling data in that space. So again, it can absolutely matter for your school. But in terms of thinking about broadly how we would divide up performance across the state, it really doesn't change things tremendously. But are there any preliminary thoughts about approaches to the inclusion of other subjects into the state accountability system? And again, to be clear as well, we have no discretion on what we do on the federal side unless we really wanted to overhaul our accountability system. Federal government requires the achievement indicator to just be ELA and math. If we wanted to add other subjects into the federal system, we'd have to dilute all the pie pieces to do it. And thus far, that option really isn't on the table for us. For a new state system, we have far more latitude.
David, I'm coming off me just because the slides aren't up, but just for all of us to make sure we're norming. So again, K5, it's math, ELA, and science are the tested subjects. Yep. 6-8, math, science, social studies, what I forget, it's all four. And then high school, again, all four essentially.
Yep. And I'll go ahead and pull the slides up just so people
that might
can
be
go and
helpful
see
just
that.
so we can look at it.
Just 1 second.
I'd like to, I mean, my feeling here is that all tested, just what JC was about to say. Especially if it doesn't make a huge change in the distribution, I actually think what it communicates to schools that all tested subjects are included is good and important. Also, we do that for purposes of value added and growth as well. And it just would seem to make sense.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, if we test it, we might as well include it, right?
yeah, I mean, I'm a little out of my wheelhouse, but as an educator in my head is if you're testing it, then it's important. And if it's important, then it should be evident in our grading system for the state, because otherwise, why test it in the first place? And I also feel like those subjects, science and social studies, really are the application of the reading and math. So it kind of extends that look at how are the kids getting this and are they able to apply it?
I would actually echo what the others have said. And I know for Mid-Cumberland, when we chatted with among superintendents, when we get to the weighting, I think, the weighting looks a little differently as far as weighting the math and the ELA a little heavier, but the inclusion piece, and then even when you're talking about the teams rubric and teachers and I guess connecting all the dots, we just thought it made sense to actually include them.
And I would 100% agree with that. So I'm glad we're all on the same page. At least I think so far. Sounds like we are. Great points.
That's what I would say too. I think count it all. And then like Jean was saying, potentially when we talk about the weighting, maybe math and ELA is weighted more, but maybe is this the time to say, speak up if you disagree with that premise? I'm going to write down unanimous otherwise.
I think that sounds right. And I guess just to throw in my own 2 cents, I can't be part of this group and not say something because I live and breathe it all day. But I do think that makes sense, right? The more people that exist in the school building that feel directly tied to how that school is evaluated, I just think that's positive, right? It increases the connection of that evaluation to the school itself. There's all sorts of evaluations that exist for teachers that exist independent of this, but the more those two things align, I think there's a positive impact on the folks who actually work in those buildings. So next question in that progression, right? How do we think about weighting these?
Jean, not to put you on the spot, but it sounded like you've done some thinking about this. I mean, I tend to agree math and ELA weighted more, but do you have any like rough percentages to start our
Yeah, and again, I'm
conversation?
just going to throw out numbers and again, not attached to anything specific. But again, I think when we were talking about weighting, thinking very differently, or not very differently, but differently in the K-5 versus 6-12 space. So obviously in the K-5 space, you only have math, ELA, and science, and math and ELA are setting the foundation in those, core grades. So the numbers we roughly threw out and discussed were something like maybe a 40-40-20 as far as math, ELA, and science. And then in the 6-12 space, a little bit more evenly, knowing that science, social studies, you have to have those as well, but either like a 30-30-20-20 or 35-35-15-15 were just some of the numbers that we threw out, but not attached to anything, but just making sure it was a significant difference weighted for math and ELA.
Great, I'm writing those down, but interested in everyone's thoughts.
I'll jump in, and I think that sounds logical to me. If I agree with what Jean said, because I was thinking 6-12, 30-30, 20-20. I could be convinced that 35-35, 15-15 would make sense too. So I'm more interested in what school personnel are thinking from your lens, and I agree with the K-5 as well.
I have a question to ask about this is Harold Love, about the weight for science and social studies when we get to sixth grade area, and the lower weight as it compares to mathematics, and what that says about those who are proponents of science in that area. Does that make sense what I'm asking?
I'll just jump in and say the logic of the conversation we had again, that at the high school or 6-12 space, even like a 30-30, 20-20, where it wasn't quite as significantly different. Knowing also that when you're talking about ACT scores, you're going to actually be including all components. But I think still to kind of stay connected to that federal mark where it's only math and ELA, that's still the weight is heavier. So that way our federal and our state isn't too far off, if that makes sense, when you talk about the different grading, that there was a little bit more of an alignment, knowing that math and ELA are all that counts for federal. But again, we were content with 30-30, 20-20 as well.
I have a question sort of in a related vein. David, how do we think about like number of test takers, especially in the 6-12 space, I should say? Because you've got, you know, I think one science, one social studies, and then multiple maths, multiple ELA subjects. So like if you were thinking about weighting and trying to represent student achievement in a way that's like valuing the number of test takers that are represented, you just see what I'm saying? Like, I think it's important to understand, like, do we have a lower number of science and social studies test takers essentially versus math and ELA?
So there could be a couple ways that we actually think about implementing that. One would be to essentially roll up each subject area and then average them together in a weighted average. Another way to potentially do that would actually just be to average across all tests. So do a single calculation and say how many of all the kids that took an accountable assessment, regardless of subject area, we're just going to assess the proficiency rate. So we'd immediately be baking in the proportion of students taking that test into the overall calculation. So the denominator would be every accountable assessment administered for the high school. So there'd be 5 ELA tests, or rather there'd be 2 ELA tests, there'd be 3 math tests, and there'd be 1 science and 1 social studies, US history and biology. And we'd calculate essentially a macro proficiency rate for all accountable assessments. So each test is treated equally, but the proportion of subject areas is based on the actual number of tests in those subject areas. And so that would be another way to sort of control the weighting if we wanted to go that route. And I'm not necessarily advocating for that, but there are ways to essentially bake the proportionality of test takers into the metric.
I had a question, and it may not be, they may have a very easy answer. So we keep saying K5 is ELA, math, and science, but we only test 3rd through 5th, and 2nd grade is optional. And in 2nd grade, we only do ELA and math. So would 2nd grade be part of what we're discussing, or would it be considered, you know, an option as it is optional? Depends on how many students take it, you know, that kind of thing. Does that make sense?
It's a good question. It's not one that I'd make a final determination on. I don't think the department has an answer for that right now. My preconceived notion is that grade 2 test, well, frankly, I don't know if that would necessarily be factored in as an optional piece for schools. That would really change how people think about that, and it would probably change the rates at which people participate in it if we went that route. Lots of folks do participate in it purely for accountability purposes because it allows them to get a TVOS score for 3rd grade. But if we were actually factoring proficiency rates in, so I appreciate you raising the point. I don't think we're at a point where we could make a call on that, but it's definitely something that we'll note. And when we circle back and kind of figure out where we've landed with this stuff, we'll be sure to speak to that. And I always have to be a little bit careful because I don't want to seem like I'm advocating for something, but a question in my mind, and I'll say I truly don't know what my answer would be, but I'm curious if the state's broad-based focus on STEM and alternative high school models that are more STEM focused, like everything I've heard thus far is assuming an even expectation between science and social studies. And I at least just wanted to raise that as a question. Is there any doubt in people's minds that science perhaps should not be more prominent than social studies, given some of the other investments that we made? Again, you want to align incentives to the things we care about. And if we told people STEM is a primary source of emphasis. Is there a argument to be made as to whether or not we should be prioritizing that? Our original ESSA state plan had only suggested that we would include science and not social studies. So at one point in time, Tennessee was leaning in that direction. And again, I just wanted to raise that question for the group and see where people land on that.
I mean, I kind of see science and social studies as being equally weighted, for the reason being that although social studies doesn't have science in the title, archaeology, geography, all of that falls underneath social studies, and those two are STEM careers. And so I feel like it plays into that whole STEM focus as well, but that's just my take on it.
One thing that's just, this is a random thought, David, I'm appreciating all of the incredibly difficult and detailed decisions that go into these types of models beyond just, hey, what should the subjects be? And then what should they be weighted? When you get into all of these questions of, well, this course at the high school level has these kinds of students, and this course has these kinds of students, and do we include second grade or do we not? And all of these things. And more or less what it's reminding me is how important it is to have the kind of detailed document that you all have from a couple of years back around accountability protocol, but also to put that out to folks to allow comment on the little nitty-gritty details, because of how much those little nitty-gritty details do end up mattering for how schools and districts make choices about which students end up where and this type of thing. And sometimes you can incentivize something you don't mean to incentivize. And so I know we're on a super tight timeline here, but it would be really nice if once these decisions are made, they can be detailed in some sort of documentation that then goes out for people to literally like come through and go, oh, hey, wait, hold on. What about, and what about, and what about? We ran into something like this with English learners at the high school level, right? And their ability to, by state board policy says that they should be able to participate in an English language development course, but then those weren't going to count in a certain way. And anyway, those kinds of things really do matter.
All this gray hair, Aaron. My hair was black 6 months ago, and the timeline for getting this out is all of this gray hair right here that I have now. We will do a protocol.
Sorry, it's like, ugh.
There will be a state accountability protocol. It will go out. The extent to which we'll have robust feedback around most of those business rules for this cycle, I'll say is an open question. It depends how productive our conversations go. We absolutely will get feedback and factor that into future versions of this.
So as our note taker, let me pull us back to what was on the table and then get input, because Jean, you had suggested as just like a place to start, and you were talking K5 and 6-12. I mean, there's an open question. We could say K5, 6-8, and 9-12 if we want to break it back into those three grade bands that we initially were talking about. But you were saying K5, math and ELA 40-40, science 20. 6-12, if we're going to lump those together, math and ELA either 30-30 or 35-35. And science and social studies, respectively, either 20-20 or 15-15. So question to the group, are we at a place where we want to say whatever we do for science and social studies, they should be equal? And does that feel right in terms of, the greater weight on ELA and math being at that percentage? Other suggestions?
I'm willing to endorse Jean's. Sorry, Senator Shapicki.
So the question we have is ELA and math. Success in English language arts and mathematics will bleed over into successes in social studies and science because of the success the students have in those two. I think we need to make sure, however you want to break them up, that everybody realizes that English language arts and mathematics are the key for social studies and science. If you can't do math and you can't read, you can't do science, and you can't do social studies if you can't read. It's just a fact, right? So I think the weights we're going to do is let's look at how do we prioritize, because we got to think of our teachers here. In early education, it's the same teacher the whole day. And then in 6 through 8, it starts to where they start to, bounce to another teacher. And then in high school, it's multiple teachers. So I think we're going to have to look at the weights in K through 5, where it's heavily mathematics and English language arts. And then middle school, where you start to bleed in the science and social studies. And then in high school, it starts to equalize even more, because they should know how to read and do math on grade level by the time they get to high school. That's the goal, right? Am I wrong, anybody? That makes sense? Now, I don't know what weights you want to assign to it, but from talking to other chairmen, K through 5 is just the boots on the ground, gotta have it, gotta be successful. Mathematics and English language arts have gotta be king. And then we can start to bring in the bigger weights as they get up in there, because they're bouncing to other teachers, they're bouncing to other situations. I'll listen.
I'm just the note taker, not the moderator, but Erin, you have your hand up. Would you like to jump in?
I think that's right. I think that's also a little bit right what Jean, Dr. Luna was suggesting, like you weight them more in the lower grades than you do in the upper grades, and that does seem to make sense. There was something in what you said, Senator Spiggy, that made me think as well of an issue that hasn't been raised yet, but around the idea of, I think in part because you were talking about elementary, and I was thinking about incoming success of students versus how students are doing over time, and the same thing really at high school. But the idea that that is in the current system that I think I have heard a lot of, and in reviewing the feedback from the or from comments and other places, right? The idea of both absolute proficiency, however it's weighted, but also the opportunity to see where growth via something other than TVAS. So as it has been in the past, sort of, we call the AMOs, but basically any sort of movement from setting a target for movement from one year to the next, right? When we talk about these things as management structures, and when we're trying to think about a teacher that is in the class all day, you really do want to give that person some sense that how they move students over the course of the year really does matter, not just if they hit something over 1 bar or under 1 bar. So I just wanted to raise that. Sorry, I kind of went in a different direction, but I think there's general agreement on what you said around more weight in the earlier grades on ELA and math. So I'm kind of raising a different issue, but one that I think is important.
So to think about it, what you just said there, and I agree with you. In early education, the teacher is everything, right? That first grade teacher is everything. ELA, math, science, and social studies, it's everything. So the level of proficiency that you could expect from that, having to cover all those subjects, would be a lot different than the proficiency that you would expect from a high school science teacher who does nothing but teach science the whole day. You would expect another level of proficiency. And in the middle school, when they start to bleed into other classrooms, then you have more subject matter expertise by these teachers, because they may be teaching 1 or more subjects, 1 or 2 subjects. Instead of an early education, they're teaching 4 or 5 subjects. And I think those are the things we need to take into account is how do we award a level of success to a first grade teacher who's having to teach the whole gambit versus awarding a level of success to a student in high school that you're going to have possibly 4 or 5 different teachers teaching that kid. That's the complexity of it. I think I was on multiple conference calls at the same time. I apologize. But I think if we can just start to figure out what the weight would be in K through 5, then that might show us what 6 through 8 should look like and 9 through 12. That's what I think.
Well, and to that point, that's kind of where my question came in, because in K2, we are typically self-contained, but there is no testing other than in grade 2, which is optional. But in 3 through 5, they actually start either team teaching or they departmentalize. And so you would have a teacher that's in charge of math, a teacher in charge of ELA, and then a teacher in charge of science and social studies. And sometimes at some schools, depending on how large they are, you may have one teacher that does science and one teacher that does social studies. So that, and then if you're team teaching, again, kind of the same thing. This person's ELA and social studies, the other person's math and science. If that helps any kind of thinking that through and those weightings for 3 through 5. I know that's something that usually happens at the end because of that, because having them be accountable, it makes it a little bit harder for one teacher to dive in, like you're saying, as deeply if they're not just solely responsible for that subject. So I don't know if that adds anything to that conversation.
I mean, the thing I would throw out there to the group is in K through 5, it would probably be English language arts and mathematics would be 35% each. And then the other two would be 15. Because most teachers are using the standards in social studies and science and incorporating them into the ELA and math portion of their teaching. And there's a lot of districts that are switching to that model that I've heard from, is that it makes it more efficient for the teachers is to grab those standards that they want to impart to these kids in social studies and incorporate those when they're teaching reading. And that's my thought, is I would just weight it very heavily in early ed, English language arts and mathematics, and then start to build it out from there as we get higher. That's my thought.
I think I agree.
And guys, at least I'm going to bring it up for the group. We've got about 20 minutes remaining and one other big question left to go. And I think we're kind of circling around roughly the same answer here, if I can editorialize where I think we're at. And so it may be more efficient for us to push forward, but if folks want to stay here and continue to noodle on this for a little longer, I'm more than happy to do so.
Let me just check the group in terms of what I've written down. I mean, does 40, 40, 20 still sound right for K5 math, ELA, science? And then it sounds like maybe for math, ELA, science, and social studies at the 6-12 level, we're thinking 35, 35, 15, 15. That seems, David's nodding. Okay.
No, I still think that needs to be 20, but I may be the lone person thinking that instead of 15.
Okay, that's Representative Love. Anybody want to make another vote for 2020 versus 15-15? All right, I'll make that note, Representative Love, that you're still advocating 2020. I don't feel super strongly about that, but I do think it's important that math and ELA be weighted more. So for discussion purposes, I'll put 35, 35, 15, 15 with one abstention or negative vote. And then maybe we move on, David, and we can come back to this if we have time.
I just wanted to respond to Erin's prompt. She wants to essentially put kind of should there be an element of goal setting that we continue to think as part of the achievement indicator. She wants to essentially put that up for kind of an up-down vote with the group.
So I just want to make sure that I'm getting that clear. So essentially, I think, Erin, what you're proposing is making sure that we have multiple pathways toward that achievement and whichever is higher. So either the absolute score or the AMO. So essentially you hit your targets or your double AMO, as you know, we always would try to shoot for, and have multiple pathways. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's right. I just think it's really important that from a management perspective, I think having a goal for people that is clear that you're trying to hit, and then if you exceed that, fantastic. But that's really important. Plus, I believe that it allows for a thing that I think is really important, which is ensuring that people are working to grow all students every year, not just sort of worrying about getting some group of students over a sort of arbitrary line.
Yeah, that opinion was shared pretty strongly in the superintendent group as well, to have, the highest result of either the absolute score or that AMO target that we currently use as part of those heat map results.
For purpose of discussion, oh, sorry, Erin.
It was also in the feedback, the things that were sent into the department, there weren't a lot of themes, right? Because there were a lot of things that were sort of all over the place, right? But if there were two themes, one was, I'm not sure why we're doing letter grades. And the second was, if we're going to do this, please continue to include something that is an annual measure of movement in the achievement category, not just in a growth category. But
one question, one comment.
Multiple ways to get to the goal. That's the key.
Question first. So for Jean, Erin, anyone else who wants to weigh in terms of the rationale for using AMOs, I think I'm pretty clear on sort of why that would be important, but can you explicate a little bit more the thinking in terms of what's limiting by just looking at straight achievement versus what we'd be picking up with AMOs? And then my question is, some of the comments that I received proposed not the best of pathway, which I know was in our original ESSA plan submission, but like doing 50-50 for achievement. So 50% of your overall achievement for the letter grade is straight achievement, 50% would be AMOs. So it's a little bit more transparent. I'm just throwing it out there because I think that was an interesting suggestion.
I don't know that I have a particular care about like sort of how it happens, whether it's the way you just suggested, Sarah, or what Dr. Luna had suggested. I think to me, there are two clear arguments for why to do something like this. One is what I said sort of first, which is you want to think about growing every student every day, every student every year. And to motivate that, having just a line in the sand delineation of percentage on track or mastered that you're either over or not, that can cause what happened around sort of the idea of a bubble kid, right? Moving kids from one side of the bubble to the other. And that can motivate behaviors that are not ideal. And so the idea of something that where you have to show movement, right? I think prompts folks to need to work with all kids. That's sort of one thing. And the other thing is, frankly, achievement levels are, and if you look at the TVAS site and sort of go by achievement and poverty, they're incredibly highly correlated. And so to the extent that you just sort of have lines in the sand around achievement, you're basically doing something that heavily is ranking on incoming poverty. Now, that's not exclusively true, but that is often true. And so those would be, for me, those are the two rationale.
So again, just a couple process points to add in here. If you think about the progression of the conversations here, it's perfectly appropriate to have this conversation now, but there's going to be a lot of different places where we can circle back to this. We're going to discuss achievement. Thursday, we'll discuss growth. We will then have a meeting dedicated to thinking about how we reconcile those two. And so how those two play with each other is an open question that we could solve in a lot of different places. So again, I'm not trying to cut this conversation off here. I'm just trying to signal that this is not the only place where we're going to be able to think about how those two things fit together. The only thing that I would add to this conversation, I think, like, there's been a lot of butting heads around this topic in ways that I don't necessarily think are always necessary. The core of the problem that we're grappling with here is there's two very different questions that we're trying to answer with the same system. One of the questions we're trying to answer is, what was the impact of the school? Right? That is a critical function, but not the only critical function of the letter grade system. And the right way to say what was the school's impact is to control for prior performance and see how much progress we've made. And that's absolutely right. However, also recognizing where any of our schools exist in terms of producing outputs for kids and keeping an eye on that from an equity perspective, from a parent perspective. Like, we never want to lose the ability to communicate about what actually is the output that we're producing for kids as well. So absolute performance is the right way to do that, right? If 9% of kids at a school are proficient, that doesn't mean the school has necessarily done it wrong. But that community needs to understand what's being produced at that school right now, so we can figure out how to marshal supports and resources to help that school progress, because they're not where anybody wants them to be. And it's trying to figure out how do we optimize this process so we can be intentional about answering both questions. And it's really hard to do that with one system, right? And it's a zero-sum game. The more we weight growth, the better we do at answering the impact question, but the less well we do about communicating where are we actually at and what is the state of the kids in that building right now. And it's trying to figure out how to come to the right balance of the two. And it's really hard to do. And that's part of the reason why we're grappling with this, but we've got to understand the validity of both questions and figure out the best way forward.
So maybe for now, in the interest of time in my reporting, I can say that we discussed AMOs and how to factor it in as part of achievement. Also interested in looking at it as part of growth or how it plays with growth. And then again, whether it's like best of pathway or half and half, you know, again, a lot of different ways that we could factor in AMOs. But I think important to recognize that, I think as Aaron and Jean both said, that was a prevalent theme in the public comments, figuring out some way.
And I would encourage folks to don't lose that thread, right? We need to continue to talk about this. It's one of the biggest things that we've got to kind of grapple with as we progress, but there will be a lot of places where we can get to this. Looking at the movement of the entire distribution for growth is a critically important question. We can talk about that on Thursday. And then we have an entire session dedicated to figuring out how we reconcile these two.
So I'm just going to throw out one thing that we had a conversation about in our group, and that was, would it be feasible, you know, and it gets super complicated. Obviously, distribution is easier especially if you just do quintiles and just say, here it is. But of course, you don't know what that target is before you head into testing, and that's kind of a after action. So we understand the ease of what that looks like. One of the questions that we discussed is, would it be possible to do some sort of an absolute based upon the prior year's state average? So for example, like an A would be, you know, a certain percentile above what the state average, like, so basically your state average was where, let's say, your BC cut rate was the year prior. And then everything above and beyond that would be your A's and your B's. And if you're falling below, obviously, it was just one of the conversations we discussed as something, because then you could feasibly put that out ahead of time, like, hey, these would be the A's, B's, C's, but I also understand you never know what you're going to get as far as what those results look like until it actually occurs.
So Jean, if I'm going to try to summarize this right, you're kind of trying to split the difference between the two, right? You're going to start with relative expectations. And functionally, this is kind of what we did on the federal system. We went back, we basically tried to produce quintiles, and we figured out what were the quintile cut scores in 2017. But then we froze those cut scores. And so if there was this rising tide of improvement across the state, that would still be reflected for all schools, because we're not redoing the distribution every year. We start with a distribution or a relative approach, but then we lock it in as it progresses.
Correct. That's kind of what we discussed. I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong, and we don't even know if that's what we want. But to be honest, distribution in quintiles just feels a little scary. As far as, you know, you're going to have 20% of your schools being Fs, and that's you know, a predetermined. Whereas if we had this absolute, but yet it's still pushing the bar that we want to continue to increase achievement. We certainly don't want to say stagnant or trend downward. That anyhow, and we also talked about what would it look like to have a larger band in that C range, potentially. And we don't know if that's right or wrong either, but maybe not having quite as much, like a full, you know, 20% being Fs.
Well, so let me pose this question to the group in the interest of time, because we're getting really close. I think there's two really, if we're thinking about a distributive approach or a relative approach, there's two key questions. The first is, where do you put the state average? Right? If we assume it's quintiles, there's 5 20% buckets, each one gets a letter grade, that centers up the state average school right in the middle of the C's. And I think the question for us is, does that fit what people expect when they think of letter grades, right? The whole reason we do letter grades is because they're intuitive and everybody's familiar with them. Is putting the state average in the center of C make sense, or is there a better place for us to think about where the average school and the distribution goes to fit what people expect? And if you can answer that question, now it simply becomes, how do you distribute the letter grades above and below the average? And we can have that conversation as a second step. But a lot of it follows from, where does average go? And then we move from there. So if I put that question to the group, Senator Sapicki, please.
Well, I'm a representative. I don't have the senator job.
Okay.
But here's my thought is, if in the TISA bill, we put something in there that there's an expectation in a 3-year time span that the district's proficiency numbers will rise, right? If you put something in there like that, that said, okay, here's our averages in 3rd grade, 8th grade, high school, and said next year, the average for a C would be, like, let's say we're at 30% in 3rd grade, right? Come up with some calculation that is easily discernible and say, okay, based off the calculation, the state average is going to go from 30 to 34. And if you hit a 34 as a district, you're a C, you're average. But we're always moving things forward under proficiency. And one of the conversations that we've had amongst ourselves in the General Assembly is, proficiency has got to be the driving factor here, with growth being used to supplement, like we had with the retention bill. We created another on-ramp to show good data. Proficiency should be the main driver, with growth coming in behind it to reinforce that, or to maybe bump a district to another grade level. That's one of the things that we'd like to see. I'm speaking for myself. I can't speak for the whole committee. But one of the things that we'd like to see is this shift towards proficiency, with growth not being discarded, but being recognized as it does play an important part, but not as an important part as what we want. Because if a student is proficient in what they show, then the teacher has imparted a year's worth.
That was right after I turned on the recording, Bob.
What a lucky group I got. Gee whiz.
I have to give one stipulation. At 5:15, I'm going to transfer from video to in my car. So I don't know if I can come back into this. Hopefully I can come back into the breakout group or not, but I've got an appointment I've got to be at. So just letting people know I'll peel out and then get back on.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess you got to give us all your wisdom right at the beginning.
Well, I'd be glad to give you my thoughts. You know, I go back to the comment that I made on the AMOs as being part of an achievement. If you just have academic achievement, just scores, then a school that is in the sort of D and F range, they're going to stay there. I understand we want the parents to see that, but if a school is really knocking it out of the park on the AMOs, somehow you ought to reward that school for doing that. Likewise, if a school is academically an A and they're not meeting their AMOs, they're not growing the way they should, so they're not achieving the AMO scores, then how can you give them an A if they're not doing that? And if you look at data that I understand, that from an economically disadvantaged piece of data directly correlates, scores directly correlate with economically disadvantaged. Mm-hmm. So those schools that are economically disadvantaged are already going to be sort of pushed over to the lower grades. And so I just think that, you know, somehow we need to show both academics and AMO, since that's a target. That's my thought.
I I agree with you. I appreciate that. And I also sort of asked the question about coherence because I think I agree with the thought about AMOs. I also think some of that should be captured in growth. And I think there may be some other indicators that could capture that. So I'm having a discrete conversation about achievement and then a separate conversation about growth and a separate conversation about other indicators, I think is going to be a little bit challenging. And Sam, I understand why we've structured the conversation that way. It's hard to bring 49 people together to come to consensus on anything without some structure. So I get that, but I do have a little bit of concern about how, making sure we create a coherent whole instead of three separate indicators that then we somehow conglomerate together. And I would also, I also appreciate Bob Nardo's comment about economically disadvantaged students and subgroups, and thinking about how do we think about, are there opportunities within achievement? And the law says we're looking at student performance. And so is there some way to capture subgroup performance? Is there some way to capture narrowing of achievement gaps as part of some of the indicators that we're going to talk about here?
Sam, may I build on that point?
By all means.
In the conversations heretofore, I feel like my approach has been to say, oh, let's de-emphasize achievement and focus on growth. And I actually don't think that's the way I want to present my perspective. I think building on what both these gentlemen said, allow me just to give you guys just a brief data point that might be interesting on this. So for 9 years, I've been director of Libertas. We're a turnaround school that was in the ASD. This was the second lowest achieving elementary school in the state when we took it over, and we joined the Charter Commission last year. If you look at our school's overall school rank, it's varied a little bit in the last couple of years, but we're kind of in the bottom quartile of the state. We were in the lowest 1% when we took it over, and we're somewhere between the 20th and 25th right now, which doesn't sound that good. But that's when you compare us to every other school in Tennessee. But when you consider the fact that, 85% of our students are low income and African American, when you look at our subgroup percentile, in the last 2 years, respectively, our low income students and our students with disabilities have been in the top 15% of the state for their subgroup. So actually, if you are Black or you are poor or you have a disability and you live in Memphis, you are better off going to my school that has a lower overall rank than you are to Germantown, which has a way higher overall rank than I do, but whose at-risk student performance is not as strong relatively. I'm not saying that's the whole story, but I'm saying that is the kind of reality that needs to be shown. And so, Sam, to bring this back to a positive and constructive point, I think another way I'd like to suggest putting on the table to address this issue is that instead of, yes, let's have achievement and let's have it be a big portion. But instead of it just defining it as overall school success rate, irrespective of your population, can we, Sam, define or measure school rank somehow in relation to subgroups or comparison schools, right? So if you say your performance, so if you have a statistically significant subgroup, and again, not every school has every group, that's fine, right? So you would do some data magic around that, right? But you'd sort of say, okay, here are the, we have whatever, however, ED, BHN, SWD, and maybe ELL, right? I mean, maybe those would be like the big four. And we'd say you kind of get and so I think that the distribution method, it's been growing on me because here's what it's getting at. It's like, if you show me a school that's serving similar kids to me and they are doing better than us, I will stop at nothing until we're doing as well as that school or not better. My concern, Mr. Chairman, about the AMO is that while I value the AMO as an alternative to just a raw absolute proficiency, it's still basically a made up statistic. It's 100 minus prior year performance divided by 8 or 16, right? So that's not actually telling you anything about how kids like yours are performing. But if you show me another school serving similar subgroups to me that's doing better, great. Give them an A and don't give me an A, and I will work tirelessly until we do as well as them. So I think that's why the distribution method appeals to me, not because all we're trying to do is better than the guy next door, but because it speaks to the reality of how students are actually performing right now. And that's the best that we can do. And then each year, let's ratchet that up further. And the distribution method allows for that shift.
I'll go on and add to your subgroup, the importance of having subgroup scores. If I'm a parent and I have an ELL student or I have a special ed student or some student in a subgroup, and I see a school is doing really well in that subgroup, like what you're saying, then that's where I want my student to go. So from a transparency standpoint, having those subgroup scores. And maybe you have to have a super score for subgroups or something because you don't have the insights to do it. But at least having those at a sub-score level, then I, as a parent, can look at that and say, hey, this is where I want my child to go.
May I offer just a framing to try to kind of coalesce some of this? So as we were kind of wrapping up the big group conversation, at the end of the day, these three questions, regardless of sort of the prompts, are trying to ask about what should be included, how should it be weighted, and then how should we assign letter grades to it? So I think a lot of what is bubbling up, and Jim, I don't want to miss this point because I think it's an important one. In that last meeting that's about bringing it all together, like I think if there have been decisions that don't make sense from an alignment perspective across the three meetings or indicators, that is a time to shuffle and alter. So I don't want to ignore that because I agree with you. It doesn't work cleanly. But I think one thing that'll be helpful is if the question is what should be included in the achievement indicator, and this group wants to propose, and I'm going to ask that you guys also pick someone to share out so we don't forget to do that at the end, but that it's not just, for lack of a better framing, success rate, overall performance, but it is also subgroups are included here, not in other indicators. Or it is, we also want to see, I mean, Bob, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but even a stretch that is like both distribution and overall achievement, and they combine within the achievement metric. Like, I think the one thing that I would say, two notes that I think we heard, Bob, you can correct me if I'm wrong if you didn't hear this when we were in Gatlinburg, from a lot of the superintendent feedback, was that a lot of them viewed subgroups as kind of a double-edged sword. They wanted it represented, understood the importance of it, and didn't want it to overly drive their end result. I think from a broader stakeholder lens, part of the challenge that we are also teasing apart is how you consider where those things actually intersect within an indicator. It is one thing to say, within the achievement indicator, we're going to say X% is dedicated to your raw distribution performance and or your raw overall performance or your subgroup performance. Like, right, that is kind of building pieces using slices of pie, putting them together, versus this one can override how you perform here, right? And I think that creates, if I'm just, building the stakeholder input here, confusion about what it means to be this letter grade. So I say that as kind of like food for thought. Like, if you guys think these are the types of things that should be considered for the time being, barring future rounds of conversations when all the pieces are on the table, think of it that way. It's like, this would be helpful to answer, right? TCAP is listed in the law, so we still kind of have to answer the all subjects or subset question. But then if there are other things you think belong here, throw them on the table and talk about where you would posit the relative importance or prioritization or weighting of those should be even within the achievement indicator. And then we can kind of keep on moving through the conversation piece too. But that may also remove some of the sequentialness in the way the prompts were set up. Because if you fold that you want both, an absolute cutoff and a distribution method in there, because inherently they may pick up different things, that's great. Anyway, I will stop talking. I'm going back to note taking, but just wanted to put that out. Tanya, I'm sorry. I think I cut
Tanya
you
was
off.
trying to get in. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all
sorry
right.
about that.
It's just could seem that it could be almost in a sense where we're not having this equal opportunity from rural to suburban to urban areas. And so I guess this is where Bob was talking about this distribution, right? Because you don't want to eliminate, or at least you don't, where there wouldn't be some groups would be across the state. I do see that there is some opportunity of seeing how parents just have this transparency. I know if I knew my kids couldn't read at a certain area, I would want to know which teachers could actually push my students over the top. And even when I was in the classroom, I would want to, when we looked at our data across the district, I always wanted to see who was doing better at a certain level. And then I would say, I want to go visit that school so I could see what they're doing that's different. But when you have subgroups, when we're talking about the socioeconomic levels, it becomes a challenge because when you're starting a lower sense and you have to make up to try to get there, you have improvement, but you don't, because that is the growth that is. So I can see it both measuring out both ways where they can actually, we can use the absolute or the distribution and we can use them together. But just you trying to pinpoint what would be something that wouldn't be confusing to parents, that they could actually just look at and say, I know, I feel good about this. Knowing that I still think we still should stick with the reading, the basics. I guess because I grew up in the good times when it was just reading, math, science, and social studies. But we know now it is something much more than just reading, science, math, social. But those are the things that are being tested on TCAP, right? When you think about those measures that we use. So I'm curious. And I'm gleaning and listening from the other conversations that I know across that the socioeconomic and this English language learners is really causing some challenges. And then just about not having fully staffed schools and districts, it becomes skewed data because now we're having educators and principals, superintendents doing what they have instead of what the possibilities are. So when I was reading the comments, I was most of them, what was sticking out to me was more about attendance. And I was going now, that, we could put weight on attendance. But again, when we're starting to geographically it's not inevitable that you can use attendance on students. When I know close to Knox County, when they are out most of the winter months because they can't get to school. There are so many things that are circling around, but I do think that we need to make sure that we have a wider range of what we're accepting than just narrowing it to just the good old days, the four before that I'm used to, because it doesn't work these days.
If I could pick up on something that Ms. Coates was saying, I mean, I think you're right that, the argument in favor of a blended approach with kind of a distribution and a cutoff, right, is that, look, we don't want to be patting ourselves on the back for what ultimately is not very great performance, right? And with the distribution system, you could end up with that, right? Conversely, I think the problem with the absolute system is, I mean, when you look at this distribution that we were shown earlier, if you just sort of, if you take that 45%, that we had as the cutoff for an A under the old system, I mean, honestly, that's pretty arbitrary too, right? I mean, I don't mean any disrespect to Dr. McQueen and the team, but it's like, there's not some like major change in the data at that point that suggests that this is really a dividing line. So even on the quote absolute model, there's still a certain arbitrariness about where we draw the lines. The one downside of just using like quintiles, Sam, like you brought up for discussion, right, is again, I mean, you look at that, the school at the 21st percentile and the 19th percentile might not be really meaningfully different, but to call one a D and one an F is a gigantic difference, right? So even though I'm kind of arguing more for a distribution model because I think it's truer to like the reality of how kids are being served, we might still need some kind of further differentiating within that to say like, just below this, it doesn't matter whether it's 19th or 21st, this is F. And above this, so yeah, and I don't really have a good solution to that. I just think if we have to sort of pick our poison between those two, I think the argument in favor of a distribution system over an absolute is that it's truer. It accounts for the fact that there's shift in performance over time, and that doing better than others are with similar kids, that's the task. And so I think that's the point I just want to emphasize is it's like if I'm a parent, so that was one of the charges we were given. It's like I think there's an apples to apples question here of like, don't compare an apple to an orange, right? Like comparing me to Germany. Now it's interesting. I mean, don't get me wrong. The fact that we've closed the gap to only about 10 points in proficiency between my school and the state average, I think that's a great thing to celebrate. It means that vis-a-vis a state that is less at risk than our school, we're actually hitting above our weight class, which is great. And we want to do even better. And that's a great aspiration. But ultimately, I just don't think if we confuse the reality that the chairman was saying earlier, how closely correlated subgroup factors are with performance factors, we just end up sort of like labeling you based on your demographics. And what I want to know is, among the schools serving a lot of English language learners, this school is doing great. Like, they're the ones that should be lifted up. And so that's the advantage of a distribution system, right? Among the schools serving, or conversely, we can then say to a school, sure, you might have a lot of low-income kids, but look, there's all these other schools serving low-income kids actually doing much better, right? So that's the advantage of that system. And so it has a real downside. And Sam, if you could figure out a way to sort of put an absolute bookend on it, I mean, I would love that. But I think, like, if you had to choose one, that's why the distribution system is better, or less bad.
I have a little different perspective on that. With the distribution system, you're guaranteeing you're going to have failing schools, and you're guaranteeing a limited number of successful schools, because that distribution is going to be held constant. If you at least have absolute cutoffs, you can use the initial year data from the distribution to guide your judgments about where it should be. But I want to know at the end of the day that it's possible for every single school to earn an A or a B. I would be very concerned to see a system that was just a consistent distribution, because, and then the other reason is because, so you're doing great and you improve 45 points this year and you think you are just knocking it out of the park, but then you have to wait until after the school year's over to figure out, well, everyone else was doing 60 or 75 points and you're really not as good as you thought you were. So I guess I'm very much on the side of absolute cutoffs from that perspective. And I wanted to ask too, maybe I misunderstood, but why are we looking for a specific cutoff for absolute cutoffs for achievement to begin with? Are we creating a conjunctive system that grades every single component or indicator, and not having more of a compensatory system that rolls up, that if you're better on growth than you are absolute achievement, it compensates, that growth compensates for maybe having kids that came in at a little bit lower level versus high performing schools? If they have really low growth and aren't doing their job, it compensates and they don't get as high of a grade because kids have come down. So I guess I'm curious as to the cutoffs that we're trying to set for achievement, because I was thinking maybe this was going to be more of a compensatory single letter grade model rather than trying to grade every single component, which creates a lot of what Bob's saying, you know, low performing kids coming in, but school doing a bang up job and making vast amounts of growth isn't always being recognized or recorded if it's not in a compensatory way.
Yes, and I think that's the last meeting, right? And so in the weighting meeting, right, an argument could be made that you could have a quasi-Trump rule, lowercase t, right, not uppercase t, right, that says this amount of growth can sort of trump whatever level of absolute performance in terms of your overall grade, right? So maybe in a sense we're putting the cart before the horse, and that final weighting question needs to be dealt with here. And now we're just talking about within the sphere of absolute performance, you know, what will be defined as what level of performance.
Yeah, that's the coherence question of, you know, sort of what's this all going to look like together instead of the discrete pieces. And I really do agree. I think there's value in both of the standard and the relative measure. And Christy, you know, I saw some of this happen when we saw extraordinary growth in the state of Tennessee from 2010 to 2016, 17. And you still had a bottom 5%, right? You're always going to have a bottom 5%. And some of those schools in the bottom 5% had seen pretty extraordinary growth in student learning and success. But we'd seen that in the rest of the state as well. So they still found themselves, even though some of them were doing a great job and some of them weren't, but some of them were doing a great job and still found themselves in that bottom 5% because it was a purely relative measure. I think there's a value in each. And Bob Nardo, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're arguing for a distribution, but a distribution that is comparative to like schools, not an overall distribution across the state. Am I hearing that right?
Yes, yes, and to me, it's almost what's most important, more than the distributive versus absolute system, is the subgroup argument. I think the most important thing we need to do in achievement is relativize achievement to the students you are serving, so that we're comparing apples to oranges. Maybe another way to do this. What about this as a compromise? What if in a given year the achievement score is based on absolute performance, but those targets are defined relative to the distribution of performance over the last 2 to 3 years, right? So let's say you say any given year, we're going to say in the last 2 years, this was the distribution of performance for this subgroup. And so that's like each year or whatever, like that rolling average updates based on whatever period of performance you define. And Christy, to address your point, you could say so it wouldn't have to be that you're guaranteed to have X percentage of F schools, right? We say your A through F grade is defined as your relationship to this distribution of performance. And so the schools that are—
But doesn't it cause a moving target all the time too?
But yes, but reality is moving, and it wouldn't be moving in the year. We would just say for a given year, instead of saying 45%, well, I don't know, 45% might be high and it might be low. It just depends on how students like yours have performed in the last couple of years. But assuming a stable testing environment, you'd say for ELL students, this is what constitutes, and it's going to vary by group. So you would have a different cutoff point by group. And if every school was above a minimum threshold, then no one would have to get an F. But if every school did badly in relation to it, then everyone would get an F or something in between.
But at the same sense, we're trying to make it easier for parents to understand. And so I assume that that would be confusing for parents to me. I mean, I'm a parent and I would think, okay, this year you said it was this and next year you're saying it's that. What the hell is it? That's what I mean. Excuse my French, but I would. That's what I would be saying.
Bannister ran the mile. No one could do it in 4 minutes, right? Literally, no one had ever been timed running the mile in less than 4 minutes. And then Bannister did it, right? And within 5 years, 5 more people had done it, right? So the bar does move over time, and there are committees at the state that every single year change the cut points that equate to proficiency, right? So the number of questions you have to get right on your 10 ready math test this year is not the same as it is last year to be counted proficient. The cut points change. So I'm not the one that created that system. That already exists.
Let me go back to I haven't decided with regard to achievements and including AMOs or not. And when I talk about AMOs, that is an improvement factor that can be included. Is that school actually, are they meeting their targets? Are they exceeding the targets that are given to them? That's going to tell you whether they're improvement or not. So I do think that there's the growth factor that is going to be something that we're going to consider to next meeting or something like that. But AMOs is an achievement activity, and I think it's something that we ought to decide whether we want to include in here or not.
Yeah, two quick points, Chairman Nabby. I agree with that as well. And I guess I was going to ask Sam about this, just in terms of, can we consider? I read the law saying we have to consider in that first element, quote unquote, student performance on TCAP and EOCs, which I thought gives us pretty wide latitude, honestly, to consider anything in terms of student performance that's really related to TCAP, which would include AMOs from my perspective. Exactly. I also think it could potentially include closing of achievement gaps, and that would be a little bit more difficult to operationalize and has a little bit more of a temporal component to it. But I think that directionality actually matters a lot. And so I wonder if we can think about that, and Sam, I'll let you address if that seems reasonable to you or possible to you. And the other thing I wanted to just say quickly, Christy, I would love for us to be able to give a letter grade for each of the elements. I don't think that's our charge. I think it's to give a single letter grade. But we used to give letter grades for all 4 all subject areas in both achievement and in growth. We used to get 8 grades. And I actually thought that was helpful. I actually thought that that level of nuance was helpful. But our task here, as I understand it, is to give a single letter grade per school.
Well, so let me just quickly respond, and two quick notes. One, actually, most of the feedback we've heard is show the indicator grade in addition to the overall. And so that's why the question is being posed. How do we apply the letter grade to this individual indicator? And then in the final meeting, how do we roll those up into a final letter grade? The law does charge us to produce a single overall. Make no mistake, that is the end goal of where this is going. But I think we've heard kind of throughout, and there are no challenges on the like also show indicator level grades. So that by all means is an open piece. And then Jim, to your other point, like I agree with you, like it talks about performance on those. I will tell you that we had some very, I think, direct conversations with the legislature about proficiency meaning proficiency, and that's got to be a core of this. That doesn't rule out other lenses on it, but I think, just so I say it, like that is the most straightforward, understood piece out there. Whether it's the fullest context, totally agree, like all the lenses on that appropriate, but I think this is where the question comes in, right? And we still kind of got to get to something on this place, right? It's open for inclusion, but then you have to answer then at what respective weights, right? You could see a straight up proficiency slice of achievement plus a subgroup proficiency or distribution slice of achievement. You could see a lot of different lenses to it. That's kind of what we're looking for out of this group. I mean, and hear me point out this, like, we're not starting on ground zero on all of these things, right? Assessment scores are out there. We've got business rules that have been applied in the federal space before. AMOs, to the chairman's point, are a thing. Like, there are other things that can be brought in that have familiarity. But I think the charge of the group is then to figure out what should be included, because it paints the right picture of achievement, right, for our focus area. And if we decide on what elements to include, then what has to carry the most weight in that, or respective weights of those items. And that might backwards answer the third question, right? About, you may say, well, it's important to include achievement at an absolute lens, but to Bob's points, like the subgroups may be a relative lens. Like that's, I think those are the questions posed to you all.
I think, what about this, Sam? I think, to me, the most important thing in achievement is that subgroups are measured. And why don't we look at, I mean, to your point, keep it simple. Proficiency is proficiency, but report it by subgroup. We have 4 major subgroups that are looked at in our accountability model. I mean, there's various minor ones, but 4 major ones. Why don't we say, here's your performance by subgroup, and then you could weight it for the school based on the relative weight of those subgroups in the school. Right. So for a school like mine, where 85% of students are African American and low income, well, then my overall achievement rating should be based on that weighting. Right. Whereas for a school where maybe you have 50% English language learners and 50% non, then that subgroup would count as half their proficiency. Do you see what I'm saying? So it would be a 2-step process. You would say, for each subgroup, what is your proficiency?
But then it wouldn't be the same for everybody, would it not? I mean, what you're stating is that you're basing it based on the availability of a school where students are students, right? And we're trying to get an achievement where parents, I'm in the frame of parents and as teachers, right? I got a classroom full of kids.
Sure, but they can choose between the schools in 38127, right? The housing discrimination prevents them from moving to Germantown. And so to say your school is bad because Germantown is better doesn't tell them anything. What it was meaningful to tell parents is apples to apples, right? Among schools serving this population, this is what counts as great performance. And then they set the bar, right? When Purpose Prep in Nashville achieves the level of performance for African-American students that they have now defined the curve for all of the schools like ours that are serving those students predominantly. And that is a very legitimate bar to set for us, as opposed to saying Germantown with 4% African-Americans is defining what success is for Memphis with 65%.
I think we may have to agree to disagree, because I'm still trying to make it simpler for parents. I get what you're saying, because you have the complex distribution of, you're just using your frame, but I'm looking at the frame as a collective sense of thinking. You can't even compare Memphis to Metro Nashville. You can't compare Memphis to Knoxville. But if a parent, because then what you're stating is that, okay, even if you're just comparing them based on a certain category, that you're saying, okay, it's going to be better over here, so just move from Metro to move to Memphis because it's going to be. Maybe I misunderstood you.
Many states have comparison school accountability models. I think what I'm suggesting is not that far-fetched. You have a statistical distribution that says something between this range is defined as a comparison school, right? So if you have, a student within this range of this subgroup, then you're defined as a comparison school. And then but again, I'm not saying it's only that. You would then weight that across the groups that you're serving. And so you would have an apples to apples comparison to every school in the state, but it would be a weighted average rather than a straight average, right? It would be weighted based on the students you're serving. And let me just say this last thing, and then I'll surrender the floor.
Ms. Courtney was just trying to say something.
The reason I'm suggesting this instead of the AMO is that the AMO is a made up calculation that has literally zero basis in data about what actual performance of schools looks like serving similar students. The AMO, for those who don't understand how it works, is you take 100, you subtract the previous year's number, and then you take the difference and divide it by 16 or 8 to generate the AMO or the double AMO. We have no data about what percentage of schools in the state actually achieve their AMOs. It's not actually based in data. It might be that the goal should be higher, and it might be that the goal should be lower. So what I'm suggesting would be a system in which we would be basing goals and evaluations around actual distributions of performance, because that's reality. Thank you.
So I agree. I'm not a fan of AMOs because they set different expectations for kids. I also am very much in disagreement with doing a weighted average type of calculation for schools based on demographics, because that sets a horrible message of different and lower expectations for students that have been traditionally underserved. And I don't think that's a good direction to go. And as also Tanya had mentioned, it also sets up so you can't have comparisons from school to school. Kids are kids. When kids walk out into the world, they are not going to be looked at as, oh, you had a lower AMO expectation, or you had a lower proficiency expectation, or your school earned a better grade because there were more students that looked like you there at a lower expectation. We're going to give you a break and offer you a job instead. I mean, kids need to reach that proficiency bar no matter who they are or what they look like. I get what you're trying to do by trying to level things out, but I don't think that is the right message and the right direction to be going. The whole purpose, in our view, of an accountability system is to identify schools that are struggling to meet expectations that are going to make a difference for students and redirecting resources and technical support to those schools. So regardless of what those students look like or what kind of financial backgrounds they come from, shouldn't be taken into account, because now all you're doing is depriving resources from kids who aren't the ones that are meeting the proficiency bars and expectations and growth expectations that you're trying to set for them. So I don't want to see a system that compensates for students' backgrounds, because I want resources to go where they're supposed to go to make sure that everybody gets to that same high expectation that you expect in Tennessee.
So could I ask this question? How would you propose to address the fact that the current system, by focusing on overall proficiency and not distinguishing based on the realities of different subgroup performance, essentially masks the poor performance of at-risk subgroups in rich schools and labels poor schools that are, statistically speaking, actually performing at a relatively high level, labels us as poor performing, even though we're actually doing far better than at-risk children in rich communities whose performance is masked? How would you account for that failure of the
So that's part of the reason I think we need a compensatory system, is because those higher performing schools might not be doing enough to elicit growth. And I also would not break it out by demographic. I would break it out based on the lowest performing students in the prior year. So the lowest quartile of students, the lowest quintile of students, whatever you determine that mark in that school. So everybody has the lowest 25%. Everybody has to move those kids just as much in order to get them to reach the bar. And it's not then exclusive on just a student group based on finance or race or disability or language acquisition, that you're really focusing on the lowest performing students in the school, because every school has the lowest performers, even your really high performing, schools. So
Can you say more about what so when you talk about compensatory system, is that what you're talking about? You're talking about moving the lowest performing students to a higher standard? What I'm not sure I know what you're talking about when you say a compensatory system.
Two different points. One is in your overall rating, if you have a really high performing school for proficiency that isn't moving kids, those two things should compensate and weigh each other out. So that school can't earn an A just because they have really high performance, because
they have to show growth also.
They have to show growth also. Conversely, if you have a really low performing school with ginormous amounts of growth, that will compensate. So even though you don't have high achievement, you still have a really high amount of growth. So that is what I mean by a compensatory system. You can offset those to kind of level the playing field. The second point is
with a little bit higher emphasis on growth, it sounds like.
Well, depending on, yes, 50-50 split, less at high school, more at elementary school, probably. And then the lowest performing, instead of parsing out by Black, Hispanic, language learner, student with disability, free reduced price lunch count, instead look at all the students in your school, look at their prior year achievement and say, here are our lowest performing 25% of students in this school. Hold them accountable for growth or proficiency or both doubly. So they're included in the all students calculation, and again, in the lowest performing student calculation, probably for growth, to demonstrate that you are making progress with those students, and you can't just let high performance and some students making growth offset that, because every school has low performing kids, but not every school has all the different demographic groups that you'd be looking at too.
So Ms. Hall, the thing is, we have a growth model.
I just want to make sure that Courtney, and we've got someone on the phone from a 901 area code. I'm sorry, guys, I'm just being cognizant of time and want to make sure that we can hear from everyone too.
Yeah, I mean, the only things I wanted to address, I think the conversation around AMOs has been really interesting, and I wonder if there's a world where there is an absolute achievement, achieve off growth measure, and AMOs, and they're kind of three separate. I think it's hard to figure out where they fit, like is AMOs achievement or is it growth? I think you could make a case for both. And then I also just wanted to bring back one of the initial questions of, is this just math and ELA, or is this math, ELA, science, and social studies? Because I know we haven't had time to discuss that yet. I would love to hear what others in the group think about that question of which subjects are included.
We just got a 5-minute warning, it looks like.
Yes, and then 901 or Robert or Mr. Bob Evie, somebody was talking right before when Sam called that.
Well, it was me, but let's hear from others that haven't spoken.
Who is our call in from 901?
They both took it off. All three of them took them off at the same time.
I saw that. Chairman Eby, are you there? Anything to chime in on here?
Yes, I'm here. Said what I have to say. I do believe that we ought to look at all the, math, English, social studies, and science. But math and English, I think, ought to be by far a higher percentage, and they should inform, use social studies and science to improve math and English, you know, but I do think that we ought to include all 4 of those in our achievement scores.
Other thoughts on Courtney's targeted question about which,
I still
just in
believe
terms
that
of the
we should go
TCAP
back
lens?
to, we should go back to that. We should go back to where they're all being weighted the same, or not being weighted the same, but they should all have some type of, they should have some percentage, because if we're teaching it, it should be actually measured at some point or another.
Well, yes.
And another advantage to that is that it gives the teachers who are teaching science and social studies, I mean, they have part of their, you know, effectiveness, learning if their effectiveness as a teacher needs to go into the calculations of the school. So other reason to do that.
Yeah, and failing to count it makes it less likely to be taught. And I think we've seen that in the state. I mean, I can just say anecdotally from a lot of schools I visit with science and social studies not counted right now, they're just given a lot less time. Now, the only thing I would say, though, is that, I mean, like, we don't have a valid test in social studies in elementary school right now, so it can't be counted. We do have a valid test, I think, in science that should be counted, but I think there's an argument for math and ELA maybe counting for a little bit more, because when you look at the standards, at least in elementary science, there's a pretty significant extent to which, I mean, yes, there are some science-specific skills, but it is fairly collinear with math and ELA in terms of the comprehension of the passages and some of the analytical and data work that you're trying to do in the science. So I agree with this, and I'm glad Courtney brought it up, and I would like to see science at least counted, and it could be equal, or it could be, you know, more for ELA and math with science in there, but less. I can't speak to the high school context right now. I mean, if, you know, in terms of, you know, should integrated math be weighted as equally as Algebra 1? I mean, that's beyond me, but I could see an argument that not every test needs to be weighted equally, even if they should all be in the system. But again, I think this is where a weighted piece, again, could be relevant, because if you have a lot more kids taking integrated math, well, then it's much more important to me how well you're doing in that, right? Anyway.
But I agree, but reading and math will automatically count for more because you're counting growth for it. You're not just counting achievement. If you count social studies and science just for achievement, because you won't have growth for elementaries if you only have science 5 through 8, and you won't have it for high school because of the change in content or constructs, then just the normal indicators of proficiency or achievement and growth would default to weighting it far more.
I mean, in the absence of, just as a technical clarifying point, Sam, I guess, in the absence of some specific guidance coming out of this process or the department, under the school success rate model, every valid test counts equally to every other, right, regardless of subject. So the assumption was that they would all be weighted equally, right?
That's the assumption. But then they're not. Because it's not that we haven't got it correct. We hadn't had it corrected in a couple of years. So
well, we're not being asked to think about whether we weight Algebra 2 more than Algebra 1, right? We're being asked to whether we want to weight math and English language arts the same or different.
That's right. It's a roll-up question. That's right, Jim.
Right. And it's if we're going to include the other two, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
I still say we need to include them all. I mean, that it will show accountability for everybody. I mean, then it was looking like the state. Now we've got to make sure that we have the right tests we've got to have the right. I mean, you know, you think about the years that we've had, just not the right tests.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm good with a slight, you know, a bit of a higher weight from English and English language arts and mathematics. In part because we only have what at high school we have biology and U.S. history are the only science and social studies that are tested, right?
That's right.
But English, we got English 1 and 2, and we got all kinds of math. Okay, we're getting kicked off. All right.
Yeah, it's blanked out, and if I press the button, it doesn't work. All other buttons work except that one is blanked out.
Of course, the one that we need the most. All right. Well, I'm going to look at you periodically, and if you've got something to say, just kind of nod your head and I'll call on you, or feel free to just jump in at any point in time. It's good to see y'all. Thank you very much for being a part of this meeting, and I'm excited to have a breakout group discussion with each of you. I'm going to put up on our screen the slides that hopefully you will be able to see here in just a minute so that we can work through the prompts, starting with prompt 1. Want to make sure just to announce that there are a couple of folks who are on the phone as part of this breakout group. I know, I believe, I don't know who either of you are actually. There's a 901 number 1178. If you would like to introduce yourself, please feel free to come off mute and let us know. Okay, there's a 931.
Kirk Haston.
Hey, Representative Payson, thank you so much for being on. All right, so I hope that you all can see the slides. I'm going to look for somebody to give me a thumbs up if you can see meeting 2 prompts. Thank you very much, Principal. We are going to go on forward to kind of our first worksheet here. I hope the overview was helpful for you all kind of in determining which approach to take when we think about subject matter areas that are included in an academic achievement indicator. I'm going to flip us forward to a slide that will give us that reference point. But really what we're trying to decide here is all tested subjects versus just a subset of tested subjects. If you have taken a moment to read the public comment, we've heard from folks about maybe the challenges that could be present when determining school performance based only on English language arts or math. In fact, I think one of the comments was referencing that could represent the work of one teacher, for example, rather than all teachers in the school community. And the specific example I think that I heard at a town hall was related to, a school that might be offering a variety of different math subjects. Not all of the tested subjects were included in an accountability metric, and so it's not really capturing the full picture of what was happening in math in that particular school. We've also heard about, kind of on the other hand, public comment about the critical importance of those foundational subjects, which are mathematics and English language arts. So with that, I'll kind of pause and open it up for folks on the floor to really respond and tell us kind of what you think about this. When you're thinking about academic achievement and a student's mastery of an academic standard, would we count all tested subjects? Would we count a subset?
Hey, Chelsea, if you are showing something right now, I'd see nothing, but might just be me.
I'm going to try that again. Let's see if we can get it up here. It should say prompt 1, which subjects. Hopefully that will pop up for you all. You see it? Okay. Victor, are you able to see it on your end? I see a couple thumbs ups. Okay.
I'm still not seeing it, but.
Okay. I will see if there's a way I can screenshot this and drop it into the chat, and that way maybe you'll be able to see it there. We'll try it. Others who have kind of reactions to this question, is it something that you all have strong feelings about one way or another? And I'll just see if there's folks who want to open it up for discussion.
I'll go ahead and jump in if it's all right. So yes, in the comments, you saw a wide variety of points of view on this subject. What I would say is that the law says that we should take the TCAP and the end of course exams. And it seems to me that what the law requires us is to take into account those. It would seem a little bit arbitrary to say, oh, well, the law says that we should need to take into account those, but we're just going to ignore science, or we're going to ignore math, or we're going to ignore social studies. That's my take on that.
Very good. Others who have some opinion here about all tested subjects versus only some. And I'll flip us forward to another slide so that you can see kind of the breadth of the subject matter areas that are tested in Tennessee, and look for others to chime in here.
Hi, Chelsea. Tammy Garrett, Bedford County Schools, Director of Schools.
Yes, ma'am. Hey.
I think that all subjects should be tested for skin in the game in an era where teacher retention is high and math teachers and reading English teachers are hard to find. And many times people don't want to do that because they feel the pressure of the whole accountability system on them. So I think if it's tested, then it needs to count.
Very good. Thank you very much for sharing that input. Others who want to chime in.
Hey, Chelsea and everybody, as a grandparent and working with parents who don't understand none of this jargon, I want to know everything about a school. And I think I'm speaking for the hundreds of parents we work with here in Memphis. I think I speak for them. And if not, I can ask. I can do a survey.
Yep. Wanting to know everything about it. So that might indicate all subjects. And Maria, yes, ma'am.
You know, Chelsea and everybody on here, we work with parents who have not been brought to the table to know what's going on in their schools. And I just keep it real with everybody. Our parents, anything to make our parents understand what's going on inside of their children's school. So if I'm a grandparent and now great-grandparent of a little boy that's in school, if I see something that my baby's school is A, B, C, D, E, F, not E, F, A, B, C, D, F, yeah, I'm gonna move my baby as quick as possible. And I'm just keeping it real, child. But if it's an A, I'm gonna stay there. Parents need to understand this stuff, and a lot of our parents don't understand all the jargon. That's why I was gonna ask y'all, Chelsea, to come back to Memphis and do a town hall and let us get parents here, because I was out of town and I think our team was off. So we parents need to understand everything.
Good. Thank you, ma'am. That's great input. Maria, I saw you come off mute. Do you have something to share?
Yes. Hi, everybody. Maria Paula from Conexión Americas. We have had a Spanish language family engagement program at Metro since 2008. And so my perspective from running that program comes there. I would say parents definitely want to know about all subjects, because every time in my program when we review the state report card and accountability, the question that I always get is, why isn't math on there, or why isn't science on there, why isn't social studies on there? These are the things that we're curious about. So I think families deserve to know all of the information. And then I think from like a more education related perspective, I really love the point that our first speaker made around thinking of teachers. I think in some schools, this could mean that one or two teachers are carrying accountability for the entire school when it comes to math or when it comes to English. And so an over-reliance on that, I think, would generate a lot of pressure for educators. And I think families want to know as much information as they can.
Thank you very much. Kyle, I see you come off mute. Yes, sir.
Kind of agree with what's been said. And also, I think it's important to note, not only does it get skin in the game, but it also requires districts and building level administrators to make sure that we have highly effective teachers in every subject. So there's no more being able to slide an ineffective teacher into a non-accountability subject, but it would require us to make sure we have highly effective teachers in every single classroom, teaching every single student, every single subject.
Very good. Thank you very much for that comment. I appreciate that. Others who want to chime in?
Hey, Chelsea, I agree with all that as well, and I think there is an inclination to want to lean heavily around the ELA pieces, just because, you know, from a state level perspective, that's been a lot of the focus. But I do think it's super important to look at all subject areas, because, you know, we have to think about, like, you know, down the road, right? This is something that will, you know, hopefully from a transparency and accountability standpoint, be around for a while, right? And so we want to make sure that that we are continuing to cover and look at everything from a holistic point of view. Not saying that, literacy is not important. It very much is, but if we really want to get to the root of what the school, what the school is, and from a parental perspective, is that the best school for my child based on what I want them to achieve, then I think covering everything makes the most sense.
Thank you very much, Victor. I appreciate that input. I think I've heard from everybody who I can see on my screen. If there are others who are on the phone who want to chime in, we'd love to hear from you. Sounds like nobody chiming in at this time. So we'll come back if needed. But I do want us to just take a look at this. Excuse me, if I can get the slides directed the way I need them to go. So I want us to get back to kind of this worksheet slide so we can think through which box we would check kind of from a breakout group perspective. I think after hearing the folks who have chimed in today that this group would actually check off all tested subjects. I want to make sure that reflects kind of your preferences here before we move on to prompt 2. So if there are others who think maybe a subset of tested subjects might be the way that we want to go, I want to hear from you at this point in time.
Sorry, I was on mute earlier, but no, I agree. I agree with that. That all test subjects. That would be my vote as well.
Very good. Thank you, sir, for jumping off mute. I appreciate that. I'll wait just a little bit longer next time. I know I'm having enough trouble with my slides, so can imagine how it must be on your end. We are going to move now over to prompt number 2. And so this is really thinking about of all tested subjects, and I'll flip us back and forth between this worksheet slide and kind of the slide that I just showed with the specific test within a particular subject matter area. Our charge here as a breakout group is really to think about if we chose all tested subjects, which this breakout group certainly did, how would we weight the importance or the value of a particular subject? So if the goal of our exercise is to kind of total up to 100, how would we split percentages between the 4 tested subject areas that you see here? English language arts, mathematics, social studies, science. Heard lots of comments from you all today about kind of the importance of getting skin in the game for all the different subjects, ensuring that all subjects have perhaps equal investment in terms of talent and energy to be able to move that forward for students and make sure that they know all they need to know in all of the subjects that we're offering. But also heard a little bit about some of the subject matter areas that may be most important based on your perspective as a stakeholder and or parent or family member. So let's talk a little bit about how we would weight the subjects. If we're thinking about all tested subjects, how would we weight them? And I'll pause so others can chime in here. How are we feeling about weighting these particular pieces?
Well, I'll pitch in. I'm thinking about explainability, and the consensus decision of the group for the previous question. I find it's easy to explain to parents, which is, guess what? We're testing all the subjects, so there's no room for confusion as to, what is getting included or not in the grade. And I would say the same thing here. I would say, well, if we give an equal percentage to each subject matter, then from the perspective of explainability to parents is very easy. What's included? Everything. And how do you weigh everything? Everything gets the same score. So if in my grade there are 3 subjects, each subject gets 33%. And if in my grade there's 8 subjects, then each subject gets 16% of the grade.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Thank you for that input, Francisco. Appreciate you kicking us off here. Others who want to jump into the conversation when we think about weighting the subjects, we've got 4 options here.
This is Tammy Garrett. I agree with him. The only hesitation that I have on that is at the elementary grade, you have a required number of minutes by the state that you have to teach English language arts and mathematics. So at the elementary grades, I hesitate to have those equal because of the required minutes. The science you don't teach as much. So I would think that at that level, possibly not counting that as much. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. What I'm hearing you say is perhaps for our older grade students, the weights would be equal amongst the subjects. However, in elementary, because there are some legal requirements and how many minutes teachers need to spend on English and math, that those two subjects, English and math, might carry a higher weight in the elementary space only. Is that a good recap of what you shared?
Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that input. I appreciate that. Others who want to jump in?
Yeah, this is Representative Haston. One of my concerns at the high school level that I just want us to hopefully stay on top of is that, especially in our rural areas, we have some rural school systems that have just incredible CTE programs. And what I'm fearful of is that that it's not going to be modeled in a way to capture the success of the CTE programs. And if it's not, then I don't think that that's a fair reflection on the success of that school, especially if they're really putting out a lot of vocational student success. And then all of a sudden they get a grade that comes back that kind of brings down everything. And so I don't know how to really go about that. And I just hope that we make sure that we get that addressed on the front end. It's not something that we try to fix as rural schools all of a sudden sometimes may look like they're not doing as well, but they could have some really high success rates that aren't being captured accurately.
Yes, sir. That is, thank you, Chairman, for that input. And that is a piece of caution maybe that we've heard in a lot of the comment. And we talked about how the work that we do in schools looks so very different in our elementary and our younger kids than what we're doing for those older kids who are just about ready to kind of graduate and go out into the world. Kind of thinking about CTE programs specifically, more broadly, the concept of kind of student readiness to be successful after they graduate high school. We've heard about that just in terms of public comment, applying to the academic component of this calculation, the growth component of this calculation, as well as potentially being an other indicator that we could look at in a high school or middle and high school space that would essentially carry would provide opportunity for the calculation to recognize those types of accomplishments. So if we see schools that have, incredible work happening in their CTE space, that the calculation could account for that essentially. So it could apply here in the academics area. It could also apply to growth. It could also come in the other indicator a conversation or component of the calculation. So I'll count on you to keep bringing that one up as we carry through these conversations.
I appreciate that. I think being able to factor in episodes and some of that into the calculation, that's when it gets down to brass tacks, that's some of the things that we're really trying to point everybody towards, and it really needs to make sure that it's factored in. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Kyle, I think I saw you come off mute. You want to go and jump in?
Yes, I appreciate Ms. Garrett's comment about the elementary required instructional time. My concern with that is if we have a different percentage or different weight for elementary versus secondary, it would create that confusion, especially when we look at some of our K-8 schools. And how would you what would the calculation be, and how would you weight those, and what percentage the formula becomes even more complicated and more difficult for families and our stakeholders to wrap their minds around.
Yes, sir. I definitely understand what you're saying there. And I think we've heard a little bit about that actually in some of the comment and conversations we've had about this. It's those schools that serve a K through 8 body of students, or the schools that maybe serve 6 through 12. In that schoolhouse community, you will get a single letter grade. And if the calculation differs for young versus older students, where is the line between elementary and middle, or middle and high school? And so we've heard about that kind of tension point, or that complication perhaps, when we think about applying a different calculation for the work that happens for those older grade students versus the work that's happening for those younger grade students. And I appreciate you calling that out here and ensuring that that's coming through in this conversation. Others who want to jump in as we think about weighting the subjects. Maria, I see you.
Yeah, so this has been very valuable because I will say I came in very much thinking, like, let's say just simply looking at this graph, that it should be the same for the reason of how do we explain it? How do we present that to parents? It's somewhat easier to tell families like, hey, these are all equal weights than it is to say different schools spent different time on different things, and so this is how it is. However, I will add that if it can't be equal, because there's some really good reasons why it couldn't be, that math and English weigh the same and social studies and science weigh the same, like a 30-30, 20-20 kind of deal. That way it's as close as possible, while still maintaining some level of slightly easier to explain. So I'm really thinking about, I've done like workshops where I have to go through this, and so I wouldn't want it to be something like 40-40 and 10-10, but it should be a little bit closer together.
Very good. That's helpful input. And I appreciate that we're getting specific percentages in here for our worksheet purposes. I really appreciate that there. But I do think kind of what you've named gets to some of the other comments that we've heard about, maybe legal requirements to spend a little bit more time on a particular subject area at a particular grade level. And could the weighting of the subjects actually reflect that or accommodate that in some way? So thank you, Maria, for that comment. Others who want to chime in, and I've tried a couple of different ways to show my screen here. Victor, I know you had some trouble a little bit earlier. I'm hopeful that you can see it, see our worksheet, but we'll welcome anyone else to kind of react to the worksheet slide that you see on your screen.
Still no worksheet. However, I do have some would like to weigh in on the weights here. You know, like I said, I do believe it is important from a parent standpoint, parental lens to say, okay, like my child is learning all these subjects in school, right? So if they're learning all these subjects in school, the rating of the school should be based on everything that's covered in the school. Because if not, then there's questions like, why are we learning this? Then, you know, what if there's high achievement in that? Why is it not covered? So, all to say, you know, kind of going back to what I was saying about ELA and then even math. I mean, if you look at, you know, NAEP, for example, right? You know, the one assessment that allows Tennessee to do apples to apples comparisons to other states. And I know a lot of you know, people care about that. And then the overall emphasis on ELA in general. And I'm not sure what the answer to this question is, but I think considering, you know, what makes a parent choose a school? Is it because the school or the school district is super strong about outcomes for reading, right? So I want to transfer to a different school or a different school district because their literacy program is knocking it out of the park. And whatever they're doing with my current school, I don't like that. Versus social studies and science, right? So I think Maria made the point about maybe perhaps ELA and math weighted being higher. I'm not sure exactly what, how much of a weight difference there should be, but I think it's worth considering because of the emphasis on ELA and math, and kind of looking at what we want the outcome to be when students leave. Like, are we looking for super proficient learners who are achieving a high level in literacy? Those who are achieving at a high level in math? Or achieving all the above, ELA, math, social studies, and science. So, I mean, maybe we need some more public comment on that. Maybe talk to some more parents, like what, I'm not sure the answer, but I think that's something to consider, right? But all to say, I'm not convinced that all four should be weighted the same.
Very good. Thank you so much for those comments. Others who want to chime in on weighting of the subject matter area. Okay, so just in terms of note taking and for the purposes of share outs, actually later, I'm going to drop a couple things in the chat based on what I'm hearing. We talked about prompt 1 and the group found consensus around kind of the all tested subjects approach versus a subset. So I'll drop that in the chat. And then prompt 2, in terms of what are the weights, it seems like we have almost consensus. We believe that all subjects should be equal or near equal. And if not equal across all 4 tested subjects, perhaps a slightly heavier weighting on English and/or mathematics. Is that a kind of good way to describe what we've discussed here today, kind of where the group has landed? Folks, you want to chime in?
I'm gonna add one more thing. I mean, I think, I think Tammy kind of was talking about this a little bit. Is there an opportunity to even show high achievement in social studies and science, right? When there is so much of a focus on ELA and math. So let's say that, all the weights were equal, but there's, because of, state requirements or, whatever it may be, the focus is strictly on ELA and math. Do you ever get a chance to show kind of what you know fully in the others? And if they're all equal, does that allow you to even do that?
That's helpful. Thank you, Victor. Sarah, I saw you come off mute just a second ago. Did you want to chime in?
I did. I'm sitting here thinking like we got a literacy problem in Memphis, and it hit my family, so that's important to me. So that's one thing I know. I'm speaking for most of the parents we serve, because we had their kids independently tested and they weren't where they were supposed to be, and parents are really upset about it.
Yeah.
So,
and when you're talking about a literacy kind of focus, are we thinking for elementary school students, all students?
We did elementary through high school.
Okay.
We did elementary through high school.
That is super helpful input.
I agree with what Victor's saying. If we need to do some more surveys on all this, I can. From parents, real parents with kids that's in these situations.
Yep. That's good input.
That makes sense.
It does. It does make sense. Yeah, and I think, you're hitting on something that I hope is coming through in the way that we've been engaging around this, is what our first and foremost kind of intended audience is our parents and families, and helping this calculation meet their need is really our charge here today. So thank you for highlighting that one. I'm doing a little bit of a time check. I know we've got a few more minutes before we need to come back together as a big group. I'm going to drop in the notes for prompt 1 and prompt 2, just in terms of things that we can utilize for share outs when we pick one of you all to share out for this group. But I am going to move us on to the third prompt, which I think will be hopefully a very rich discussion. And this kind of gets into the notion of an absolute cutoff versus a distribution or a relative type approach. And I know this one gets a little bit more technical too, but really what we're thinking about is, despite school performance or considering school performance, that actual performance that we see in our schools, would we apply an absolute approach that despite actual performance of our schools, we will have a cutoff, for example, of what a performance level would be for an A versus what a performance level would be for a B or a C, D, F school, compared to a distribution approach, which is relative. When we can consider all of the different schools in Tennessee and how those schools performed, we're going to look at each other and kind of identify which of us might be the best or the highest achieving, and that kind of group of schools gets an A. So it's that idea of despite of school performance or considering school performance. We've got a little bit of a worksheet slide that we want to kind of work towards, but I'm going to put up this slide in particular just to give us another way of thinking about the difference between an absolute versus a relative or distribution type of approach. So with that, I'll invite anyone to come off mute and kind of share what you all are thinking about this prompt in particular. Hey, Maria.
Well, I'll pitch in. I believe we should have an absolute. I think that would be consistent with the TCAP and end of course exams, which is what the law requires. When we test students, when we measure whether they are at grade level or not, we look at an absolute, which is can the kid read, can the kid add, can the kid multiply at his grade level? And I believe it would be unfair for parents to show them a grade level system which does not reflect that which their kids are being tested upon. So I absolutely believe an absolute cutoff is critical to convey to parents those results which the law mandates that we follow, which is the TCAP tests and the end of course exams.
Very good. Thank you, Francisco. I appreciate it. You're kicking off all our discussions today. So I appreciate you very much. Maria, you had something to say. That's great. Sorry. Thank you.
I feel like an echo of Francisco. So I am also, for the sake of parent and the ability to understand what they mean, I think absolute cutoffs make the most sense. And then also because it's a much harder to one is that if you do distribution and it's a bell curve every single time, you're going to have to put schools in an F. Not to say that we don't have schools that would already get an F, but in a magical ideal world, we wouldn't have to put kids or schools in an F, and a distribution kind of forces that hand a little bit. I think if we were kind of getting there. And then the other thing is that looking at achievement year to year can then totally change based on what other schools are doing. So if one school, God forbid, was hit by a tornado and something happened and their scores were radically lower, that would affect the bell. If one school received a bajillion-dollar grant or something happened and their scores went all the way up, that would impact every single school along this distribution. And I think it would be a lot easier to look at this year to year and to explain to parents year to year how this is changing or being impacted if it was an absolute cutoff, because you could say this is the authentic measure of your school every single year. Nothing else is affecting where it goes. And I'll say, as a person, that's not to say I'm not impacted by seeing one of the slides afterwards of how many schools would not receive a high grade. That's scary for me to think about how I would explain that to families. So I just say that with a caveat of understanding that this could mean that a lot of our schools are not getting the grades that they either deserve or that we think really reflects the effort.
Thank you very much. Very thoughtful. Others who want to chime in here kind of on the notion of absolute versus a distribution approach?
I just wanted to add something about the EOC situation. I really would like to see if ACT or /SAT, whatever is being used, but usually ACT, could also be incorporated, because I've seen enough disparity where we have high EOC scores for students and they have in the same category, the same subject, low ACT, and vice versa. And I happen to, have some low EOC scores, but have, incredible ACT scores. For that not to be somehow captured, especially with this high of an emphasis that we place on ACT, I think I just don't think that's something that we need to let go to the wayside.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I'm going to say back to you what I think I heard, and it's talking about kind of a discrepancy that exists between a student's end of course score and their nationally standardized test score being the ACT or the SAT. So one might be higher or lower, and we should consider including that ACT or SAT measure as a way to acknowledge that. Is that got it?
And I'm sorry I'm driving through a bad area, but some flexibility for schools to be able to utilize the higher of the two, or some sort of combination. Because I think that if we had some flexibility there for schools to capture what would be a higher option or a higher grade level to put forth for the parents and the public to see, if we don't allow that, it's going to disservice to those school systems they're excelling in one, if not both.
Yes, sir. I got it. I heard you. That is very thoughtful input. We don't mind if you're driving. We're just excited you're here. So thank you for dialing in. Francisco, do you have something to chime in with?
Yes, I would just like to agree with the person who just participated. You referred to him as a chairman of something. I believe that I saw many comments in the public comments where people were concerned about students' viability to go on towards get another degree, a college degree, and the ACT and the SAT are excellent measures for that. So I do think that when we come to item C in the law, which is other outcome of student achievements, we should absolutely include ACT and SAT scores if available.
Yeah, very good. Thank you. Very good. Thank you for that input. Yes, Tammy, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
I really came in here thinking that I was going to lean on the side of absolute cutoffs, but after seeing the distribution, I think that I believe that we should go with the distribution. And I totally agree that parents understand a proficiency, but sometimes I don't think that folks know that in Tennessee, we have very rigorous standards. We also have very high expectations for cutoffs for proficiency. If you look at this distribution, most schools scored between 22.4% and 38.4% proficient. So I really think that after seeing this slide that I would have to go, or I think that we should go with the distribution, because more so than a lot of other states, we have very rigorous standards and rigorous scale scores for cutoffs to be proficient. And I think that, that has to be accounted for.
Thank you very much. I'm just taking some notes here. I cannot write quite as fast as you can talk. Thank you very much for those comments. And I think, kind of your reflection here is actually going to the importance of the data modeling in this conversation. And frankly, a little bit of it is why we're here in the first place. It's a little bit of a challenge to make sure that we are creating a letter grade system that is, something that aligns with what we know our parents expect. They expect an A to represent excellent performance and an F to represent really not excellent performance. But we also have the kind of reality check moment when we look at how our schools actually are performing, real data based on real students last year, then those may or may not match up. And we'll look again, when we carry through this conversation and growth or other indicators and kind of look at how the data shakes out. I think it's just calling attention to the complicated nature of this exercise that we're doing. But I appreciate you kind of acknowledging that maybe you've switched right after seeing that data modeling. We thought we might have a preference here for absolute, but actually your preference might be distribution. Kyle, I see you off mute. Yes, sir.
One of the fears I have with the distribution model is schools are going to that serve students that have had a rich pre-K experience or come from a more affluent families. You're going to see that. I would just like to see the distribution of our economically disadvantaged schools on that distribution chart. And I think I would be fearful that students and schools that have the wonderful opportunity and pleasure to serve high percentage of low socioeconomic will always be trailing on the left side of that distribution. Just due to, and we wouldn't be able to celebrate the progress we're making and the gains that these students are making, even if they're coming in behind their peers from a more affluent neighborhood. The other thing I would say is if we go to the absolute cutoff, I would still be an advocate that we can have the cutoff, but we cannot get rid of AMOs and celebrate schools that continue to make gains, even if they're not able to hit that 45% mark.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Oh, we're getting a 5-minute warning reminder for reconvening in our breakout groups. Kyle, thank you very much for contributing that input. What I heard from you is that there could be some fears associated with going with the distribution model, just because we know that there are some students who may not yet be proficiency that would not necessarily, even though we see good progress there and we're moving in the right direction, it may not be recognized as an absolute cutoff. Except I heard you say if we do kind of decide as a consensus to move forward with a cutoff of an absolute cutoff, then we need to include that AMO kind of option to allow schools to be able to recognize that progress. Others who want to chime in on this kind of distribution versus absolute approach?
Hey, Chelsea, I think just kind of looking at over the past, I guess, several years as conversation about A through F school letter grades has been had with various stakeholders. I think one of the biggest areas of heartburn was kind of around, so in this distribution example, schools performing in the top X% of schools in the state received a letter grade of an A. And, schools that might be on the priority list or, in the achievement school district, having an A, 9F when, if you're on the priority list or if you're, in a turnaround model, then, you definitely should not be an A. So, as best we can, not have that kind of situation pop up. And I know that obviously our achievement, our growth, our other measures we'll have to look at. But I think that when I've talked to parents and other stakeholders around the state, that was definitely one of the more confusing pieces of it all. And even people, school leaders who have schools, in the ASD and oh, great, I could be an A, but it's like, is this participation trophy, right? Or should I really be getting an F? So just wanted to highlight, that as, just a concern that's popped up. And as we're kind of trying to iron all this stuff out, something to keep in mind.
Very good. Others who want to chime in on this absolute or distribution approach. Sarah, I know you haven't chimed in yet. I want to give you an opportunity to do so. If you've got kind of a preference between the two different approaches, that absolute or the distribution approach.
I'm really kind of behind, and I'm just here to listen and see what I think parents would think. And again, say when y'all get ready to talk to parents, let me know in Memphis and we can get them together.
Very good. Okay, so for the purposes of yes, ma'am.
Did y'all get a lot of parent input when y'all was here?
We had 2 different town halls in Memphis, and one of them was at Bartlett High School. The other one was at Southwest Macon Cove campus. We had some parents come, I think, kind of to all of the different town halls, and in terms of consensus among what parents said, I don't know that I could say that there was great consensus amongst the parent population in those 2 town halls, but we've definitely heard from folks in that area who are bringing only a parent perspective.
Yeah, but I'm that area, you didn't capture the parents that we serve.
Okay, very good. That's helpful input.
I really want to capture what the parents think that we serve. You know who we serve. From all the city.
Yeah. Well, on that note, and just before we kind of get sucked back into the big group, I'm going to put make sure that we all remember that school letter grades at tnedu.gov is still active for public comment so that we can continue to generate input there for this working group to consider. I'm also going to drop something in the chat for our kind of consensus on prompt three, and I think we don't necessarily have consensus. We about have half and half who think approach of absolute is better, and the other half who might believe the distribution approach might be preferred. I'm saying that there are challenges in generating parent understanding and clarity with the distribution model, but the absolute approach may miscommunicate to parents the actual performance of a school. Does that feel like a good kind of, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, I would say that that comment doesn't capture Maria Paula's comments, and also Kyle's comments, but particularly Maria Paula, that a distribution will always be unfair towards the bottom schools, no matter how good they become, because they will get an F. And so a distribution has an unfairness component that I think needs to be highlighted. And that's one of the reasons we should not have a distribution component. I hear the other objections, but it just seems to me that it's a very powerful argument that we don't want to be unfair, and we don't want to automatically make 20% of our schools Fs, which is what distribution automatically entails.
Yes, sir. Okay, that's a good note. Can I have a volunteer to share out for this group? We're going to go back in 10 seconds. Anybody want to raise their hand to share out for our group?
And if you can have growth, but not necessarily proficiency. And so what we're trying to do is shift this a little bit. And what you're saying is very interesting to me. I'm listening to what you're saying. Looks like we're back.
We're back. I know folks are finishing up their conversations. That is the beam me up Scotty effect of the Teams group, where we're kind of coming back together in a large group meeting. I appreciate all of us who have had really rigorous and deep discussions on our breakout groups. Want to turn now to Sam Piercy, who's going to lead us through the rest of the call and kind of some of the share outs here that we want to accomplish before we close out meeting two. So Sam, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Chelsea. So we've got about half an hour left, and I think we still landed with about 4 breakout groups. Looking for confirmation from the team here. I think that's right. And so what I'd like to do is have one person from each group share out for no more than 5 minutes. And be sure to prioritize, to the extent possible, walking through the 3 prompt questions and where your group landed on it. And then what I'd like to do is leave as much time as possible at the end to hear any other surfaced issues. I know our group thought of a lot of other things, so inserting those, but making sure that we've got time to get through each of the groups, at least on the prompt questions, before surfacing other items that came up. And so with that, I am going to, let's see here, look at who was in group 1, and can we have someone share out from group 1? Do people know what group
number 1 was? My group, okay. Sam, and I think we have Kevin Deck was voluntold to be our leader today.
Yeah, I was like, oh no, I don't know what group we're in. Hi everybody, thanks for the opportunity to share out what apparently group 1 was talking about. Regarding the first question, I think just about everybody was in consensus that if a content area is being tested, or we were testing the students, that we ought to include it. There was some conversation about science, especially in the earlier grades, 3, 4, and 5, whether or not to include it at the early grades, just because the 3 and 4 are smaller tests to start with, and then some of the elementary schools don't put quite as much emphasis on science as far as the time of the day, and so it might not be quite as fair to include that. But overall, I think everybody kind of came to a consensus that we'd like to include every tested content area. Regarding the weights, there was some conversation, it kind of varied a little bit, but I think overall, I think that there was conversation about counting every test equally. If we did content areas, it seems like that there was a little lean towards maybe including ELA and math a little more heavily, again, especially at the elementary level. But I don't think we had a clear consensus, and Grace, you had the better notes, so you let me know if I said something wrong there. And then for the last prompting question, it was pretty unanimous that We did not want distribution. We had some good conversations regarding bringing back AMOs and what those numbers would look like. We didn't really come up with any cuts, actual cuts for the absolute cuts. I posed the question, did anybody have any feedback that what we used previously, were there any problems with that? And granted, that's only ELA and math. And so we'd kind of like to see what that looks like if we were to include other content areas. But there seemed to be overwhelmingly people chose absolute over distribution, but there was a lot of encouraging comments about why there might be a use for AMOs. On the flip side, there was the concern that AMOs are a confusing metric for parents and people who maybe not are in the trenches with it. So there is that concern as well. So, Grace, did you have anything that I left out? I got voluntold to do this, and I didn't take very good notes. I apologize.
No, Kevin, you did a great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that. That was well done. You hit all the three very cleanly. Group 2, yeah, I know. Not that the bar is set, group 2 through 4. So we'll just see how it goes. I am assuming that since I don't actually, I think I was group 3, but know everyone's group number, can the TDOE staff member who is in group 2 flag yourself so we can hear from a group 2 member?
Yeah, so we're group 2 and Sarah is going to do our readout for us.
Awesome.
Thank you, Sarah.
Also, I wasn't quite voluntold, but close. We had a really great discussion. The first prompt, we were unanimous in terms of all subjects. Everyone agreed that it made sense in terms of expressing the value that we had for all of those subjects, the commitment to schools and educators across all that was tested. So that was kind of our shortest conversation, I would say. Moving into weights, we talked about basically K-5 and then 6-12, and kind of the overarching premise from our group was that math and ELA should count more, but that science and social studies should be weighted. And so in our draft kind of numbers, K-5, we had 40-40 math ELA, 20 for science. And then in 6-12, we had a debate. We landed on 35-35 math ELA, 15-15 science social studies, with one holdout voting for 20-20, 30-30, but something along those lines in terms of weights. Then we talked a good bit about AMOs and recognizing that that was a prevalent theme in the public comments, particularly from educators wanting to see that represented for all the reasons that have been discussed, but trying to take the focus away from like the bubble and, again, expressing the value of working with all kids every day, every year. We didn't come to any conclusions in terms of, is it half and half achievement there? Is it something that factors into growth? Is it the best of? Like, I think there's a number of ways to think about where AMOs, if AMOs factor in. Also agree that that can be confusing. So we spent a lot of time discussing that, did not come to as many conclusions. And then in terms of the third prompt, relative versus absolute, the proposal that we discussed was sort of a hybrid of the two. It was maybe anchoring absolute based on the average from the prior year, state average for the prior year. And again, that's where we got cut off. Would that be like a C, 50%? And then you would, base your distribution, accordingly. But members of our group seemed to like that idea, though, like I said, we didn't fully discuss all the details. Team, jump in, though, if there's anything else to add.
Just one other thing, I think, Jean, you had talked about wanting to make sure that the distribution certainly does, if there is a distribution, that it certainly wouldn't look like 2020, 2020, like that F would be much smaller, giving folks more of an opportunity to be in because often students, same thing, right? Like, we don't put a lot of kids in that category. So parents would have that same sort of idea. Am I kind of getting that right?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where we kind of ended about where is that when we talk about that cutoff line, is that in the B's, is it in the C, as far as from the year prior, and I think that's where we kind of left off, but just not a straight quintile approach.
Great. And just to reinforce, it was only for example purposes. This is being recorded. I'm going on record as saying it was only for example purposes. All right, let's see. Group 3 was my group. I did not write down someone to call out. Can someone from group 3 jump on and share out for us?
I think we had pretty spirited debate, Sam, and a pretty wide range of opinions expressed. I mean, one there was a lot of discussion around whether, on the one hand, subgroup performance should appear in this part of the model, right? And to say there's such strong correlations between proficiency and subgroup membership. And we have 3 or 4 pretty significant and well-defined subgroups in Tennessee, right? When you think of BHN, economic disadvantage, students with disabilities, and ELL. So one argument is to define proficiency in relation to not just your overall school success rate, which can actually obscure relatively higher or lower performances of at-risk student groups in your school, but to do a kind of weighted model where proficiency is looking at in relation to the weighted performance of your subgroups. But there was a strong counter argument to that said, in the end of the day, students are all competing in the same world, and so it should be defined by the same measuring stick. The people who held that view, I think, articulated a different way to achieve a similar goal, which I don't want to put words in this person's mouth, but if you use kind of a growth model that says, well, look at the lowest performing students in a school in the previous year, regardless of their demographic membership, and look at how their change in performance is over time, right? And then talk about their proficiency and their growth in relation to the improvement of their lowest performing students locally. So those were pretty sharply debated perspectives, but I think what's in common is the sense that how you are serving the highest need students in your school in one method of measurement or another needs to be an important part of how we define a school's performance. Is that a fair attempt to summarize the heated discussion we had?
You're very close, but I'm going to do the reverse. We had the end in mind, and that we started from the end, where we thought we should have a hybrid approach. We're thinking about, I know, in coming out of COVID, I shouldn't have said that, should I? No, but I'm going to keep going. In regards to a hybrid approach where we have the distribution or the absolute cutoffs, that we should really just look at that whole approach. So, and then we moved into that, we talked about that every grade, and I know that's Kyle. Kyle, if you could probably mute yours, that would be great. Then we can actually have where every subject could either, we wanted to stick with the math and reading, and then have variably in regards to science and social studies could be weighted differently. So we did say that all subject grades could possibly be weighted when we're thinking about achievement. And then finally, that we never got to, we did talk about these AMOs, and we did talk about how it would look different in every district. But we just want to make sure that it's easy for parents so that we know that they want a holistic approach. And making sure that it's just as simple that they can actually glean from than actually have to guess about it. So I know that that's something that we are going to continue to have the further discussion about. But in regards to achievement, we thought that we should have every subject grade, if it's being taught, even though we did have the same discussion as group 1 and group 2, that there's not any grades that is not from high school to elementary, they're not the same. So we're hoping that we can get some areas cleaned up. Did I help you out, Bob? And anybody else in our group?
I think we did say that in math, we did a little heavier than science and social studies. I think that was something we agreed to.
It takes a village to put us all together.
I appreciated being in group 3. I thought it was a very good conversation, digging into some meaty issues around it. Group 4.
Hey, Sam, this is Chelsea. Group 4 was mine, and we did not get to a point where we could choose a person to share out. So I'll look for someone from my group to come off mute. I know we had some very talkative folks on my group, so we'll have some volunteers here.
All right, anyone from group 4 want to share out? The group that was with Chelsea?
I will, I don't mind. We were also in consensus that we should test all subjects. And then in our weighting, We didn't come up with any numbers, but we were in consensus that, we didn't want a lot of difference between them, but we could understand English language arts and math being weighted more. So that was our consensus on that. And then our third question, now that we're last, I'm forgetting my questions, but I think the majority of the folks, we did not get to finish, but the majority of the folks were, leaning toward the absolute over distribution, but we could, after we saw the model, we could understand how, that could come into play, but we were not able to finish. But I do think the consensus on that last one was absolute. Anyone else?
I agree with your summary.
Thank you, guys. So one thing that I do want to say, because I think it sounds like this has come up in almost every group, and I mentioned it to our group, and so I want to mention it to the full group here, is that while we have structured this to kind of follow the outline as it is in the law, where we will talk about achievement, then growth, and other indicators, and then putting it all together, we recognize that seeing the full picture and having all the puzzle pieces on the table is important, also internal to some of those discrete indicators. So please just know that if we get to that final meeting of putting it all together, and the AMO conversation or some other piece has come up that you leaned one way when we were having the achievement talk, but now that you see all the pieces that might be on the table, something else emerges, that there will be room to have that conversation in that final meeting too. So I don't want anyone to feel kind of constrained or boxed in by this was the framing here today, but to Tammy's point, kind of this gives us a good way to reflect back some information to you all, so you can frame it up in your minds as you move into the second part of the conversation, and then that other indicators, and then kind of really getting into what do these all mean together. With that, I know that we will probably need just like the last 5 minutes of time or so to discuss just next steps in the next meeting, but would happily open up the floor if anyone wants to share a bit more detail on some of the other topic matters that came up in your subgroups. All right, I can prompt this, no problem. Lots of groups mentioned AMOs. What were some of the key thoughts and reflections about AMOs and or open questions about them in terms of how they might be used, what they might be used to say? I know Sarah mentioned from her group that kind of conversation of where do you place them? What is it actually indicating? What other discussion points bubbled up in that space?
Can I maybe ask this, Sam? Here's what I think would be helpful to speak to that. And the state provides a lot of great data to us, but something that I've really felt I've not seen enough of over the years is outcome data about AMOs. I'd be very interested in knowing, how many schools have met their AMOs over the last few years, and what kind of schools have met their AMOs, and to what extent. Because I think if I'm understanding this correctly from listening to people's comments, the whole reason we talk about AMOs is this is an alternative way of showing improvement in proficiency, right? And so it's like, what should the goal be? So the concept of a improvement in proficiency measure, as opposed to just a raw proficiency, I agree with wholeheartedly. But it's like, how is the goal determined? And my objection right now is it's a completely abstract formula that has literally no basis in actual distributions of student performance. And so whether that's defined by subgroup, which is my recommendation, or whether it's defined irrespective of subgroup, but just looking at your lowest performing students historically, fine, either way. What are the data to actually tell us about what counts as meaningful performance over the last 3 or 4 years? If someone could show that to me, I'd be a lot more enthusiastic about supporting a kind of nouveau AMO. Does that make sense? Yes to alternative measure of improvement and proficiency, but we have to be clear on the meaning of and the origin of that goal and how it's rooted in actual performance data. Does that make sense? I don't know if that resonates with people or not.
David, do you want to chime in on this one?
Yeah, I'd be happy to try to speak to it a little bit. And there are actually some folks here who were at TDOE when this was initially proffered. So if anyone else has additional perspectives here, please feel free to jump in. But by my understanding of where we arrived at, the reduction of your gap to the target over an 8-year period of time is essentially looking at the historical school improvement data and saying, what are reasonable expectations for how school improvement plays out? Right? There are always the incredible success stories where a school is transformed overnight, but the reality is the pace of school improvement for most folks never looks like that. So the expectation was to say, what does an actually reasonable stair step of improvement look like based on the macro perspective that we've seen in school improvement over time? And we set the basic approach to the AMO based on that broad expectation. Now, you're right, it's not based on individual subgroup differences. We're aggregating the method together for quote unquote all schools. But that's theoretically how that was arrived at, right? What is a reasonable pace of improvement that we've seen in schools historically? And we're trying to align a measure that seems reasonable from that perspective.
I think, and Bob, we're happy to work on some data pulls to assist in kind of reflecting stuff back there. So happy to do that. Kevin, I think I saw your hand up as well.
Yeah, just a couple points that came out from our meeting. One of the reasons that we kind of lean towards having an AMO option is because of the correlation there is with using either the distribution or absolute cuts with economically disadvantaged, higher populations economically disadvantaged. So that was kind of an argument I heard from several people in the field about why to include AMOs. But there was a knock on it from, and I can't remember who said it, but there was the conversation about a school hits an AMO one year, misses it the next, gets it the next year, misses the next. You can kind of play the game if you're not careful just a little bit. And they made the suggestion of maybe having a 3-year or a long term where you're kind of dependent on previous data. I'm not sure if that's something of interest with this group, if it's something we want to kind of keep it year to year to year, but that was something that did come up and it certainly made sense. So I just thought I'd share with the group. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to share out additional topics that bubbled up or reflections even in general on the prompts or related items?
I guess I just want to reiterate what was said about our group was that there was a lot of conversation about somehow integrating, this notion of subgroup performance or narrowing achievement gaps in some way that we recognize that that's an important part of improving achievement and making progress. And so I'm not sure we came to complete consensus on what that looked like. In fact, we didn't come to consensus on a whole lot, but we had a great discussion. But I do think there was consensus around, in some way, making sure that that is a part of the conversation and a part of the calculus as we move forward.
Thanks, Jim. Others?
I'll say that our group talked quite a bit about the correlation between poverty and school grades and absolute achievement, and wanted to find a way to mitigate against that so that we don't see the same schools with the same kind of predictable performance based on poverty. And that's why we had a longer discussion about AMOs. I think we also talked about balancing the need for ease of communicating a formula with the need to have a formula that really is painting a full picture and is describing the actual performance of the school and what we hope they will concentrate on. And so personally, I think our primary goal shouldn't be that it should be easy to understand. The primary goal is that it paints a accurate picture of how well a school is doing.
So I just want to add in as well, and again, my comment here is entirely intended just to round out the full scope of our conversation. It was also articulated in our group very strongly that absolute performance should be the driving indicator of the letter grade as well, and that growth should be factored in some way, shape, or form to augment absolute performance, but that it should in fact be structured in that way, that the primary driver of where we arrive at for a letter grade should be based on absolute performance, again, with growth sort of feathering where that lands. And so that perspective was strongly articulated in our group as well.
That was, just to be clear, that was one perspective in our group. I don't know that we had consensus across the group on
Yes.
that. We did not have a chance.
Not consensus, but again, I just want to make sure that that perspective is also represented.
Thanks.
Given the strong correlation between achievement and poverty, I think it's really difficult to talk about just achievement in isolation. You know, we really need to balance this with growth. So as I know that, you know, this series of meetings is moving through topics and growth is Thursdays, but as we move through, would really love to see modeling about how these indicators work together and how different weights of these indicators, which is the last topic, can influence it so that we make sure that it's not just a one-to-one correlation between poverty and letter grades.
Well, yes, and at risk of belaboring this point, can I just say briefly to connect the things that the two of you are saying? Up until today, I've really been thinking of this largely as a debate about, well, what weight do you put on proficiency and what weight do you put on growth? And I just don't know that that's actually the most helpful way to do it. I think actually in this proficiency conversation itself, we can say, well, actually, what does it mean to talk about a school's proficiency in an absolute sense? And oughtn't we think about at-risk children in that school? Because if you got a bunch of rich people doing well because they came in already doing well, but then a meaningful proportion of really at-risk kids doing quite badly, I don't think that's an effective school, and our grade will lie to parents if we pat that school on the back. On the other hand, if we have a school with a lot of at-risk people, the overall performance of which doesn't look that impressive, but statistically speaking, the at-risk students in that school are doing an amazing job and improving a lot, we will be lying to parents if we give that school a low grade because of its quote unquote absolute performance. So I'm not saying we shouldn't talk about performance. I'm saying let's define performance apples to apples. And whether that's done by demographic subgroups or whether that's done by prior performance history, actually, I think is less important to me, irrespective of demographic groups, than the kids you had before and the kids you had now. How has their performance changed? Are they better off than they were a year ago? Right? And so even within the quote proficiency discussion, I think this conversation can be had using some of these questions, and it's not just a sort of proficiency versus growth question.
I think this is actually like a good primer for thinking through it, and Jim brought this up in our group too, being able to zoom out about sort of, while we're talking about these individual and discrete indicators, that macro picture of how the pieces might fit together, right? As you think about these things, what makes sense to be reflected internal to the achievement indicator versus the growth, or not, and reflected over here in the other indicators. I see a hand up from Chairman Sapicki.
So this is the concern that some of us have in the General Assembly, is when we hear the conversations from higher ed about how our students are being prepared for the success in TCAT community colleges, four-year institutions, or even being able to serve in the military. We have to stress that even if you're in a at-risk poverty area, you've still got to get yourself proficient so that you can compete at the next level of education and not be left behind. Now, I do see the concerns with a title school that has extreme poverty and they're going to be challenged, but we have to be able to get those kids to a level that they can be proficient so that they can succeed and have the opportunities later in life. Instead of coming at this of, we understand they're doing better, we understand they're working hard, but if they're not getting on grade level and they're not performing, their limitations are going to hit them in the face when they graduate high school. And I think what we're talking about in the General Assembly, especially with this A through F letter grade, is number one, we have to be able to explain it to our clients who are the parents. We have to make sure that they understand what the letter grade means. And number two, we have to make sure that it's fair across all districts so that everybody is competing for the same thing. And I think that's the question I would like to hear is, or maybe at the next meeting, is ask if someone from higher ed can come in, Tennessee Board of Regents or THEC, and come in and explain to the group what they're facing and what their challenges are. And that might give us some insight of how we should look at our proficiency and growth matrix.
We will certainly extend an invitation on that. Thank you, Chairman. We are about at time. I'm going to ask, does the team have the final slides up about the next meeting information here? Let me see if I can pull that up. All right. So just as a reminder, we're going to have our next meeting and we will work to have some of these requests met. We'll reach out to some higher ed partners. We'll look at some additional data. As a reminder, that next meeting is going to be this Thursday from 3 to 5. The primary focus on it will be growth. So just like for this meeting, we will send out some prompt notes in advance, as Chelsea mentioned earlier in the day. And again, just sort of keeping these on your radar. As a reminder, all of these will be via Microsoft Teams. So we hope everyone can continue to access those. And then they are all recorded so that we can maintain transparency for the broader public on it as well. Go, look at me jumping ahead on my slides here a little bit. Again, we ask that you guys continue to review public comment. We're going to continue to update that with any other information that comes in. And then again, we'll share out those prompts regarding growth. What I will say is similar to the way we framed up this conversation. We want to lead in with specific prompt questions, but that is not intended to limit the conversation, but to be sort of a focus in on this piece and then share whatever other things bubble up in your groups. We will always ask that you continue to engage your other stakeholders that are around you as well. We value the unique perspectives you all bring and invite anyone else that can share information with you that you can also bring back to those meetings is always appreciated. And with that, I think we can go ahead and wrap up. Thank you all. We truly do appreciate your engagement on this. And if you need anything in the interim ahead of next meeting on Thursday, please just let us know. Thank you all.